to order. Confirmation of a quorum, City Clerk, and I think you have some a statement to make.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Before going to confirmation of quorum, I'd like to note for the record that this evening, for those that are joining via Zoom, due to technical difficulties, you will not have an image. It's only audio. However, you may watch it through Facebook, YouTube, or Channel 15. Thank you. And yes, Mayor, confirming quorum.
Can I ask, Nora, how will people call in, or how will they, if they have a question or a comment to make, how will they engage with us? Do you
So there's the audio still available, so they can still call in.
call in?
Yes, they will
Okay.
just not be able to see the presentations or the folks in the chambers.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now move, this is a study session, so we are going to move on to our study session, which is item number 1, discussion of the proposed Santa Clara Stadium Authority fiscal year 2025-2026 operating, debt service, and capital budget and Stadium Authority budget, compliance and management policies, and marketing plan. City Manager, Executive Director?
Yes, thank you, and good evening, Board Chair and board members. As a reminder for this item, you're sitting as the Stadium Authority Board of Directors. Staff is happy to present the proposed Stadium Authority budget to you tonight. Important to note that this is one of 2 planned study sessions, and so we have a hold on next Tuesday, March 4th, in case we need additional time for a study session. We can continue these discussions on that date, and you are scheduled to act on the budget at the very next meeting after that on March 11th. And as you know, there are tight time frames within the stadium agreement for review and adoption of the budget. Also important to note.
Can I interrupt for 1 second, City
Yes, ma'am.
Manager? So this evening, we're going to conclude this study session around 6:45. So we have a little bit of time between that and 7 p.m. to start the regular meeting, so just so everyone knows.
Yes, and so anything we don't get to, we can pick
get
back up
to next Tuesday.
Absolutely. Also important context setting for the proposed budget that is before you. The budget is certainly developed in light of the events that are occurring in Santa Clara in 2026. However, the costs for those events are not included within the budget outside of our normal budgeted costs. And as you know, those costs per your action at the last meeting for the FIFA World Cup are covered by an assignment and assumption agreement. And then we are actively working with the 49ers as well as the Bay Area Host Committee for coverage of the Super Bowl 60 costs. The budget that is before you also fully includes the cost related to the 2014 settlement agreement with Manco and Stadco. That includes the pay down of the public safety cost balance as of 2024, as well as performance rent flowing to the general fund and additional non-NFL ticket surcharge revenue for future public safety costs over the threshold. And we'll talk about that in detail through the presentation today. It also includes significant non-NFL event revenue, and as you saw from our quarterly reports, really non-NFL event revenue is really at an all-time high, projected to be at $9.3 million in the current year, 24-25, and ended at $8.3 million the prior year. And so we'll talk about the projections of those currently projected to be less than that, but we want to show you the trends where Manco, as you know, typically projects a lower amount and then exceeds that budget. We are continuing to work with them on how the budget is done, but certainly the actual revenue performance is there, and we'll talk through that. The budget also describes capital improvement funds. Important to note that the capital improvement reserve includes an allocation of $18.6 million for next year. That will drop the balance to $2.6 million. And so what you'll see in the staff recommendation is an additional $1 million allocated to stadium capital projects, right? Over $1 billion worth of infrastructure. And we have a very low capital reserve there. And so the need to build that up over time. And there's currently a facility condition assessment going on. And we'll talk a little bit about that. additional ground setting. This budget before you includes a 10-year forecast. You may remember that is a need, and it's also as a result of a grand jury report as of last year that called for long-range fiscal planning for the Stadium Authority. And so this budget before you includes a 10-year forecast. And with that, tonight's presentation will be provided by Treasurer Ken Lee, as well as Assistant City Manager Chuck Baker. And as Ken comes to the podium, I really just want to thank finance staff, Lynn Lamb, Tyler Cook, Brenda Lee, as well as staff in the Executive Director's Office, Chuck Baker, Christine Jung, and Alicia Knight for all of their hard work in developing the materials that are presented before you tonight. So with that, I'll turn it over to Treasurer Ken Lee.
Welcome.
Let me start over. Good evening, Honorable Chair, Mayor, members of the Stadium Authority Board, Ken Lee, Stadium Authority Treasurer. Appreciate the opportunity again to talk about the budget, near and dear to my heart, as Javon mentioned. One of 2 or 3 sessions might be a repeat, but wanted to give both the public and you the maximum amount of time to engage and discuss and review the item before you. So as far as an agenda, a lot of items to cover tonight. I will be talking about the budget development, a lot of the context around the development of the budget, as Javon mentioned, a lot of tight timeline dictated by our agreements. There are a key summary, both at the beginning and end of the presentation. I know there's a lot of numbers and a lot of technical nuances within the budget, so wanted to make sure that the key messaging is communicated. There's a lot of discussion about what happens with revenues and at the end of the year through what's been termed as a waterfall or excess revenue. So we'll talk about that as part of the presentation. And then the budget itself, which is a 60-page document. I know there's a lot of numbers in there. I'll try to delve into some of the details here and talk about the operations, the debt, and the capital budget here. We'll touch on other documents as required by the agreement, the stadium operations and maintenance plan, the SOMP marketing plan, and then open it up at the end for questions. I want to take a minute to walk through kind of the timeline that our staff as a city, as a stadium authority, go through every year as we produce this budget. It starts with a kickoff in October and November, really involving all our city departments to survey, review the time that they spend on Stadium Authority activities to make sure that when we budget the next budget, we are in compliance with Measure J and ensuring that our staff costs are updated. In December of 2024, we provide that what we call general and administrative budget, the G&A budget, to Manco, as well as work with very closely with our police and fire departments on capital expenses that they need to operate safely at stadium events. And we provide that at the end of December. That gives the stadium manager about a month to come to produce documents required by the stadium agreements. That includes the operations and maintenance plan, the shared expense budget, operations, capital, debt, service budget, as well as a public safety and marketing plan. So a lot of documents produced at the end of January. And this is where for staff, that turnaround time to produce this budget is very tight. We basically have 2 weeks in February to produce this budget. In fact, we released this budget before we received final responses last Friday, February 21st. So as we walk through the next 3 weeks, we will incorporate some minor changes as we look at some of those responses. And I'll be sure to clarify and note what those changes are over the next 3 weeks. And then the study session before you, February 25th, March 4th, looking for adoption on March 11th because we are required before the 15th to give notice to the stadium manager of any approval or disapproval of the budget. So if there are line items that this board is not comfortable with or has asked questions, the modifications to the budget can take place over the next 3 weeks to reflect a budget that the board is supportive of. And then on March 21st, this budget's then transmitted to our trust for guiding us in terms of the cash flows for the upcoming fiscal year. As far as the budget document itself, it contains several sections in the document. It includes highlights from both NFL and non-NFL events over the last year. I mentioned this excess revenue distribution, so you'll see that chart in the document and my presentation as well, and we'll talk about the nuances of that. Then we have the operating budget section. It includes our general and administrative budget, our stadium authority staff that support the stadium, shared expenses, and then a new section included in this document, as Javon mentioned, a 10-year forecast. And that is very helpful in terms of coordinating that with our city budget, because with that forecast, we can project general fund dollars flowing in from the stadium to the general fund. And then in the document, it also includes a summary of debt service, capital expenses, and then our stadium authority work plan. This slide shows a listing of the attachments. I know there were several reports included as attachments, the budget itself. Attachment number 2, which is our public safety budget, that is transmitted from the stadium manager to us as a stadium authority board based on the agreements, but I do want to note that those appropriations are actually city appropriations. When we deploy police and fire staff, that's out of the city budget. So you'll see some of those numbers again as part of the city budget process. Item 3, the marketing plan, that's an annual document provided by the stadium manager. And then 4 and 5 are policy documents we have every year just to guide our budget development. As far as some of the methodology and limitations, the budget for those accountants and the people that love the numbers is done on an accrual basis, which means when revenues and expenses, when they occur, that's when we record it, and that's how our budget is presented, regardless of when that cash comes through. The budget report is based in part on documentation that the authority received from Manco on January 31st. As I mentioned earlier, we received additional responses late last Friday, and we'll incorporate those changes before the adoption on March 11th. The capital budget includes proposals both from the stadium authority, public safety staff, as well as the stadium manager. It's consistent with the settlement agreement finalized in December 2024, and our long-term 10-year forecast, again, a crystal ball, but it's based on the information we know at this time. That will change. I can tell you that every year as we move forward. By way of just a flow chart in the budget, the city of Santa Clara owns the land and leases that land to the stadium authority. The stadium authority is the owner of the facility, leases the stadium to Stadco during the NFL season. Stadco leases from the stadium authority for the football season, and then Manco manages the stadium on behalf of both parties. I mentioned earlier over 40 positions touch kind of stadium authority activities. This is a flow chart that shows the organization of the stadium authority staff. It includes bits and pieces of staff from all the way from our attorney's office, executive director's office, into our departments, finance staff, 3.23, so it includes myself and Lynn Lamb, as well as a handful of staff. And all throughout the organization, we've budgeted and planned for bits and pieces of time as it pertains to staff touching stadium authority activities. When it comes to the stadium manager, the budget also includes, based on the agreement, shared expenses, and that includes security, stadium operations, engineering, guest services, and then groundskeeping split either 50-50 or 70-30. And then it also includes staff associated with the maintenance of our SBLs, sales and services, and so that's actual time that's charged to the stadium authority based on maintenance of sales and service activities. 19 positions, not all of them funded by the stadium authority, but as they spend time on it. So drilling down into the numbers, a lot of times I like to summarize the stadium budget as 3 activities that primarily take place. It's the operations of the facility or the activities necessary to maintain the facility. So that's our operating budget, total of $61.2 million. The pay down of our debt or the servicing of our debt, and so for 25-26 totals $20.6 million. Capital projects to maintain the facility in good working order, $18.6 million. And then just from an accounting standpoint, to avoid double counting, that's a total of $77.6 million of financial activity that happens or is projected for next year. By way of summary, I'll quickly go through some of these items the city manager, executive director touched on. Implementation of the terms of the settlement agreement is included in this budget. We'll dig into those details through the slides and the report. From a work plan standpoint, it supports major events, including World Cup and Super Bowl. The activity around non-NFL events, so budgeted at $5.3 million, and historically that performance has increased throughout the year as actual activity occurs, and you see the last 2 years there, 8.3 and 9.2 projected for this current year. Public safety cost reimbursement. So this was a topic of the 2024 settlement agreement. We have projected costs of $2.1 million over the threshold. So for next year, that would be funded through public safety cost reserve. That's dollars derived from the additional $4 non-NFL event ticket surcharge and our discretionary fund. And then through, and I'll talk about this as part of the excess revenue flow, through the projections are public safety cost balance. So this at the time of the agreement, approximately $14.8 million was our balance. Based on the payments anticipated this year and next year, that balance is expected to be at about $2.8 million at the end of next fiscal year. So significant progress when it comes to paying down our public safety cost balance. Looking at the general fund payments, so if I put my director of finance hat on, very happy to report here, $6.2 million anticipated into the general fund for next year, a performance rent of $2.2 based on activity for next year, $2.8 million in excess revenue, that's through the quote-unquote waterfall, a ground rent of $1 million, and then senior and youth fees of $270,000. Non-NFL ticket surcharge revenue is projected to increase $2 million. That's from a projection of revenue this year to our budget of next year, and that's based on that increase in ticket surcharge. All of those dollars are anticipated to be used for those public safety costs over the threshold. Additional $1 million of our CapEx contribution as kind of this down payment, knowing that as the facility ages, we're going to need to invest more to maintain that facility, and that number may be revised after the completion of our facility condition assessment, which is underway. And then the last bullet on here, this was mentioned a couple weeks ago as part of the assignment and assumption agreement discussion, $1.6 million to cover the Levi's naming rights. That's a net number and less than the anticipated surcharge of $2.1 million from events. So on this slide is what I think is a good summary of our excess revenue distribution, the waterfall. Anything marked with a green check mark are operating or capital reserves, or any outstanding debt has been completed. Where we're at today with the budget is bucket number 7, which was revised as part of the settlement agreement, which allocates 50% of excess revenue. So any money or dollars left over at the end of the year would go 50% to the renovation and demolition reserve. Then of the remaining balance, 50% of the remaining balance would be used to pay down public safety costs balances from the 2024 agreements, and then any remaining balance after that would be allocable to other distributions, including the general fund. When you look at the numbers over time, this budget, so activity at the end of next fiscal year is projected to result in approximately $27.7 million of operations reserve, 48.8 in our renovation and demolition fund, so almost at that $70 million mark. And then, as Javon mentioned, $2.8 million in capital expenses, so a very, very low number for a facility our size. When it comes to some of the assumptions in the proposed budget, drilling into general and administrative expenses, $4.7 million is the total which also includes the funding for approximately 9 full-time equivalent positions. I mentioned those 40 positions across all city departments, roughly up 8%, and we'll talk about what those categories are in subsequent slide. When it comes to non-NFL events, here's the 5.3 that is projected based on 6 concerts. These are above and beyond the large events that are planned for next year, 6 concerts and 2 soccer matches. It also has an assumption here for private events that typically will fluctuate based on private bookings. In the budget, it also includes stadium manager shared expenses, $14 million, and we'll talk about those 72 positions and how those are broken out. Increase of roughly 3%, mostly due to higher compensation. There's a change in our security deployment model that's recommended by the stadium manager. And then SPL sales and services, $3.3 million, includes 19 positions charged based on actual time. There is another line item that has been part of the budget in the past called other expenses. It includes support for other staff items, software costs, or financial management costs is funded through this line item, lender fees. And then this budget includes an allocation for our share, or the Stadium Authority's share of office space recently leased by the stadium manager. This is a new kind of line item, and it's currently under review by Stadium Authority staff. So we'll provide more information as we know in subsequent meetings. So digging into the line item activity, so on the revenue side, $66.2 million of activity here, the largest of which is facility rent, NFL ticket surcharge, naming rights, and the list here. I do want to note here a couple of things. One is SPL proceeds. You'll see $5.1 million here. That is significantly lower than the last 10 years. A lot of the payment options or purchasers of those SPLs, those payments have been completed. However, there are some turnovers as SPL holders want to either sell them, relocate them, or if they default on them, those are resold and we get revenues, or we continue to get revenues. And then also on here, just a couple other things to note. The non-NFL event net revenue here, 5.3 I talked about, and the non-NFL event ticket surcharge, $3.4 million. That includes that $2 million increase I talked about earlier. On the expense side, $38 million of roughly expenses. That doesn't include transfers out to both fund debt and capital expenses. The arrows on the right of the slide show those dollar amounts that flow to the general fund directly. That includes our excess revenue transfer, performance rent, ground rent, and senior and youth fees. In here, it also includes some of the regular items here, just utilities, shared expenses. It includes insurance and items you can see listed here. When you look at the details, so here's our general and administrative budget for the Stadium Authority as it's proposed at $3.3 million of staff support. That's an increase of roughly $450,000, primarily due to staff and benefits and retirement cost increases. And then we work with all the city departments with regards to some of the other support contracts, our city attorney's office on legal services, audit services, or KPMG auditor for their engagements. Community outreach, as well as noise monitoring for the neighborhoods, administrative services, so that includes some of the studies directed by both the civil grand jury around marketing review and financial analysis or economic impact, and then other expenses and board stipends. When it comes to the discretionary fund, so this is a fund that's funded through the non-NFL event ticket surcharge. So half of the current $4, $2 goes into the discretionary fund. And historically, this is a fund that's used to pay for public safety costs over the threshold. That's, as a treasurer and as a director of finance, this is kind of the first call of funds that I recommend, just because dollar for dollar, these dollars are available to use to cover public safety costs over the threshold. So with the assumption that roughly $2 million would be needed to fund those public safety costs over the threshold this fiscal year, that's projected balance next year is about $1.1 million. some of the activity that we anticipate, $700,000 flowing into this fund, and then the allocations going out, discretionary fund expense, that's in the event something comes up and the executive director or board direction requires a discretionary expense there. So projected balance at the end of next year, $1.4 million of discretionary fund dollars. So I wanted to talk about performance rent calculation. I know that's a topic that's out in the public, and this slide shows just the general calculation for performance rent. And so we start off with just the concept that performance rent is paid to the city on top of the fixed ground rent. So I mentioned the $1 million of ground rent the Stadium Authority pays to the city. So performance-based rent is calculated as roughly 50% of the income from non-NFL events, and then there's certain credits that are applied to that amount. And so one of them is 50% of ground rents. Another credit, if it's outstanding, could be public safety costs, and that formula was recently revised as part of the 2024 settlement. And then there are other cost credits that are dictated in the agreement. They're not part of the calculation at this time, but in the future could be. And so that performance rent then is submitted and remitted to the city in July following the end of the stadium's fiscal year, which ends March 31st. So it takes some time to close the books, figure out what that actual activity is, do the calculation, and transmit that money to the city. When you look over time, since for the last 10 years, this is the start of that calculation, non-NFL event revenue. Talked about the high performance the last 2 to 3 years, the 5.3 projected here for next year. Hopefully we receive more as the year goes on, but this is the beginning of that performance rent calculation. And then when you look at the math with regards to the credits, both the ground rent, the non-NFL event, so in the column on the left, it shows the current year projection. So this year, projecting $9.3 million in non-NFL event revenue. When you take the 50% of that plus the 50% of the ground rent credit, roughly $4.1 million of performance rent anticipated this current year. And if you do that same math next year with the budget numbers, $2.1 million. And just want to note that as part of the settlement action before the council earlier this year, roughly $7.3 million has already been transferred in performance rent for the last 2 years. So roughly $11.5 million anticipated this year. So some of the numbers around that performance rent calculation. Now, when it comes to stadium manager shared expenses, there's a handful of positions in different departments allocated in the stadium manager's proposed budget here. For security, it includes 20 positions, or the increase of 20 positions, and this is a transition from some of the security operations in-house, so that includes a reduction in our outside security contract, and it assumes that transition 9 months for in-house, 3 months for outside services. So that will improve, or as the stadium manager has proposed, is planned to improve quality and consistency of stadium security personnel, operational control, and improve customer and stakeholder experience. The budget also includes changes in the stadium operations department. This includes a coordinator position that was eliminated and an outside counsel position that's transitioned out of shared expense allocations and would track time and charge time based on actual authority time hours worked. And then in the engineering department, 1 FTE, director of engineering, those duties were reallocated to remaining staff. For some of the numbers, you look at the 5 different areas here for Stadium Authority share of the stadium manager shared expenses, totaling the roughly $13.9 million. It includes insurance allocation that's dictated by our agreements, as well as projected management fee. So shifting gears, I want to talk about a section in the document included in the operating section, about 4 pages, a lot of numbers. We've tried to summarize the impact of both stadium operations, revenues, expenses for the next 10 years. That then trickles through the excess revenue and what we term the waterfall. And so with the projections over the next 10 years, that excess revenue is anticipated to be roughly anywhere from $13.5 million drops to 8.2 as I talked about some of those SBL revenues and some of those flows will diminish over time. And so when you look at the formulas for what would then transfer to the general fund through that existing formula and based on the information we know today, that transfer to the general fund will be roughly 2.8 to 6.3, and we'll factor that into the general fund update. I'll present that to the council separately as part of a separate meeting. The renovation and demolition reserve is anticipated to be filled to $70 million by 2030, 2031, so a few years out. Our public safety outstanding balance from the 2024 settlements anticipated to be paid off in 27, 28. And then our reserves over that 10-year period is anticipated to grow. So this includes our operations, our capital reserve, our demolition reserve to $122 million over that 10-year period. And so when you look at direct impact to the general fund, including the rent, senior youth fees, and excess revenue, that's projected at roughly 5.7 to 10 million over those 10 years annually. Shifting gears here to our debt service budget. This, I think, is a highlight that any finance professional in my position would brag about. So this is just the payment of our debt. So what's remaining is our term A debt. This is our fixed debt. As well as our community facilities district advance, so that's the 2% allocated on hotel rooms. $20.6 million included in this budget. Our projected outstanding debt anticipated to drop to $209.8 million. And so graphically on this chart, almost 70% reduction from when the stadium was completed. So with that, I'll turn it over to Assistant City Manager Chuck Baker to walk us through the remaining slides and finish the presentation, and then both Chuck and I and staff will be available for questions.
Thank you very much.
All righty. Good evening, Madam Chair, the board, and council, members of the public, as well as the staff. My name is Chuck Baker. I'm the Assistant City Manager and Assistant Executive Director for the Stadium Authority. So today I'm going to walk you through the capital budget as well as some other items. So let's start with the capital budget. As our Executive Director mentioned, we are looking at this carefully because currently we feel that if we look at the needs of the stadium versus how we're tracking towards funding the capital budget, we're under where we want to be. So let's go through essentially where this is at. If you look at stadium improvements here at 17.1 million, that's about 92% of the overall total capital budget of 18.6. And so if you look at the new projects of 5.2 million inside that 17.1, that's around 30%, right? So let's focus on the big buckets. So with new projects, which again is 30% of the stadium improvements, we've got construction projects at 4 million, which includes the LED retrofit. We'll go into these in a couple slides. The structural steel coating, boilers, escalator canopies, bird proofing. And so some of these are mission critical infrastructure issues such as the boilers, and some are more related to the fan experience and other items that we feel are important. If we look at equipment at 907,000, that's about 17% of the new projects. We're looking at new medical equipment and the Kawasaki ATVs. And the contingency budget is 248,000. Look at the carryover projects, which are around 11.9 million. These are from the year before and previous years. Construction is at 8.5 million. That includes lighting systems, waterproofing, caulk, and joint replacements. Equipment is at 2.8 million. That includes radio booth cabling and main kitchen equipment. And then contingency is at 565. So you can see that the new projects are much lower at 30% than the carryover projects at 70%. And then we have our stadium warranty-related construction at 1.5 million. And so essentially, outstanding projects and claims are under review. And upon confirmation that no warranty work is anticipated, these funds can be allocated to general stadium improvements. So let's look at the new capital projects. Again, these are 5.2 million. Just pulled out a couple. The LED retrofit project, which is in phase 2, is at 1.1 million. This replaces existing fixtures that are no longer manufactured and are inefficient lighting fixtures. So converting, you might have done this in your own home, converting to LED is a long-term operating expense savings for us because they're more efficient, so that's an important project. And then the boilers are kind of end of life, right? So this is very important for us, whether it's hot water or other important issues. We're replacing a boiler and other critical boiler support. So go to the next slide. So this is the carryover capital expenditure projects. We came to you December 3rd at that council meeting and got authority on this incremental budget for the naming rights signage, which is a part of our implementation agreement for the additional naming rights revenue that we'll receive. And as a part of that, we need to replace the sign. So the incremental amount required is $1.6 million, and that's a requirement under the naming rights agreement and the implementation agreement. Lightings, we're on track to have that fully installed before the major events, but at the end of the year. So you might see the cranes there that are under construction. In fact, this Thursday, I think we get a peek at the renderings. The lighting systems are at $2.7 million. Those replace the current metal system, and that's an important amount of work that improves the fan experience as well, that goes alongside some of the other improvements that STAD manager is managing on their own, including replacing the display boards. So, here's a couple images that you can see that there's aesthetic improvements in the premium club areas and special event spaces, and then you can see the cranes for the naming rights signage refurbishment. So that kind of covers the capital budget. Again, our executive director pointed out that we need to really be looking at this. If you look at the agenda and the staff report, you'll notice that we're awaiting for the final facilities conditions assessment, which will guide sort of our future planning for capital improvements, and we'll be working with STAD manager on that. So that should be presented to you at some point this year. But it is something that we're concerned about and that we'll be tracking carefully. So switching gears to the SOMP, which is an acronym for the Stadium Operations and Maintenance Plan. Part of our lease agreement, as well as with our management agreement, we are required, the stadium manager is required to prepare a SOMP designed to achieve a safe and well-maintained stadium. That's a requirement. And so we receive this and we make comments on it, and we go back and forth and sort of negotiate what the right, accepted comments and rejected comments are. This is an ongoing negotiation. And so we're currently reviewing this highly confidential and sensitive document, and we'll share those comments directly with the stadium manager. That has not happened yet. They gave us the document and we're reviewing. It's a long document. The board should have received an email addressing this matter in terms of giving you access to the SOMP. And ultimately, the SOMP is approved administratively. The agreements state that we have approval rights on that. And inside that process of approval, there's a lot of back and forth. Obviously, we've got the major events coming up, so we've got a lot of considerations there. So it's an ongoing discussion, but you have access to the latest version. Our goal is to actually sign off on this document, right? And to say we feel like this is somewhat of a completed state so that we're not just continually rolling it over to the next year with new comments. And so we will let you know where we sit with that. But that's essentially the status of the SOMP. And then the marketing plan. They submitted the marketing plan for us, and some may have been familiar with the previous marketing plans. And what we did this year, and what the grand jury actually recommended, is that we look into this in a different way, that we provide true oversight in a way that perhaps we haven't done before. And so we've hired a consultant to help us with that effort, to evaluate their marketing strategies, their media plans, and their performance data. We've talked about the general idea of key performance indicators, but without the insight of the market through some experts, it's hard to hold them accountable when we're still trying to establish KPIs, right? So we will be working closely with the consultant and, frankly, working closely with the stadium manager in the upcoming year to continue to refine, optimize, and implement the marketing plan. But we have received it, and so the three focus areas moving forward are going to be to evaluate the marketing and branding consistency, assessing the media plans for efficiency and, again, return on investment. What are the KPIs? Then what's the return on investment against those KPIs? And then interpreting performance data, identify trends and opportunities for improvement. But we did receive it, and it's under review. So that completes our well put together budget. And so just let's highlight a couple points as we turn this over. First of all, this implements terms of the 2024 settlement agreement. It supports the major events, 2026 World Cup and Super Bowl 60. The net non-NFL event revenue budgeted is at $5.3 million, which is lower than the prior two fiscal years of $8.3 million and $9.2 million, respectively. Historical performance increases from preliminary budget projections, so there's usually a lower sort of budget, and then, you know, we're optimistic that we exceed those initial estimates. The public safety cost reimbursements over the threshold expenditure is budgeted to be $2.1 million, $2 million from the PSC reserve, and $0.1 million or $100,000 from the discretionary fund. And then lastly, public safety cost 2024 outstanding balance, which is $9.2 million in fiscal year 25 and $2.8 million this year coming up, fiscal year 25-26. And the projected $2.8 million balance is at the end of fiscal year 25-26. Direct payments to the general fund will be $6.2 million. Performance rent for fiscal year 25-26 will be $2.2 million based on an accrual basis. Projected fiscal year 25-26 excess revenue will be $2.8 million. Ground rent of $1 million, and senior and youth fees at $270,000. Non-NFL ticket surcharge revenue is projected to increase $2 million. The increase of the surcharge from $4 to $8 will happen, and that will be for tickets sold to certain events. The reason we say certain events is because the agreement said that once this is implemented is when they will start implementing the surcharge, and so negotiations with promoters had already taken place, and so we will advise on which exact events will be subject to the surcharge. There's an additional $1 million to the CapEx fund above contractual requirements to provide additional resources for potential additional CapEx expenditures. And then the Levi's naming rights expenses, we mentioned, of $1.76 million to cover the authority's obligations under its naming rights agreement and implementation agreement with Levi's to provide suite and tickets. This is the Levi's naming rights expense of $1.6 million to cover the authority's obligation. This is related to the assignment and assumption agreement, is related to us providing suite and tickets to the 6 World Cup soccer matches, and the anticipated additional surcharge of $2.1 million is coming from those events. That's what this $1.6 million is for. All right, so the recommendations are to review and provide input on the proposed Santa Clara Stadium Authority fiscal year 25-26 operating debt service and capital budget, draft 2025 Levi's Stadium events marketing plan, and proposed Stadium Authority budget compliance and management policies. And that's where we're at. Oops, go back. And we're happy to take questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentations. Let's go to our Authority Board with questions. Authority Member Hardy.
Thank you. I had just one question. Twice, you said it and Chuck said it, that our CapEx reserve is woefully low. What I saw was $1 million for this year, and there's $2.8 million in there now. And knowing that the stadium is 10 years old, I was concerned about that and wondered what, if there was any kind of a plan, or if we needed to bake that in more to the budget, if there is the appetite for it. But I was concerned about that. The other quick question was office space. You said more information coming. Is that, I'll wait with bated breath.
Is that it?
Yep.
All right, Authority Member Jane.
Thank you, Director Lee. I had a number of questions. So the fiscal year 25-26 budget covers April 1st 2025 to March 31st, 2026. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So the naming rights expense is for us to purchase FIFA tickets and suites, but the FIFA games won't be happening until fiscal year 26-27. So why are we accounting for that expense in this fiscal year? And are we not accounting for this ticket surcharge of, I believe, $6 in this budget year? So I wanted to understand the timing of that. And then the SBL sales and service costs are $3.3 million. It did go down by $200,000 from last year, but the proceeds from SBLs have gone down from $8 million to $5.16 million. So as the revenues from SBL sales are going down because the SBL licenses are being sold and not being renewed or turned over as we expected, but shouldn't the sales and service, because it's, you know, we're making 5.16 million, but we're spending 3.3 million. So at some point, it may not make sense for us to be spending that much money to market those. The other question I had was that our general admin costs are 4.7 million, and that went up 8%, which seems very high. And I wanted to understand why it went up so much, whereas the shared expenses only went up 3% from the stadium manager. I wanted to understand the source of the excess revenues and how they flow to the general fund. The excess revenues were 2.8 million, and what is the source of that money? Because I know we have different flows of performance rent. So this is not performance rent, it's beyond performance rent. So what is the source of the excess revenue? And then I wanted to understand, we are projecting to spend 18.6 million on capital expenditures, including, I think, 11 million of carryover. But our CapEx reserve is only going to be 2.6 million at the end of fiscal year 2026. So the reserves, I guess, are supposed to be, the 18 million is coming from operations to spend on capital improvements. And the capital reserve, is that for unknown expenses that we didn't predict that were going to happen? I wanted to understand that. And then from the press release of the settlement, we were expected to get 20 million over 2 years. And last year we got 7.3 million. So I would expect we should be getting about 13 million this year. So I wanted to understand why we're only getting, whatever, 6.2 million, I think. Then I wanted to understand the naming rights signage was originally budgeted for 3 million, but it ended up being 4.7 million. So that's a huge overrun on the naming rights sign. So I wanted to understand why it went up so much, if you know that number. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cox.
Thank you. I think a lot of my questions were about the capital expense reserve fund, so I think Councilmember Hardy and Jane have illustrated that well enough. I think that my question then would be really about the marketing plan. I know that that was a great opportunity for us to bolster performance rent, and it was told to me that that would be an area of emphasis. So when we talk about return of investment, that's simple enough, but we've mentioned KPIs a lot. So I'd like to know what really has been bolstered in this year's marketing plan to ensure that it already looks like we're going from a 9 million to a 5 million, roughly, So that's a $4 million decrease in what we plan on getting for performance rent. So I'd like that to be spoken to a little bit about why the significant drop. And at a time when we're really trying to bolster our marketing plan, what are we going to do to ensure that that number rises? And that was I think everything else had been pretty much covered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. I'm still grasping with the report, but as far as the cost, like the management cost going up 8%, what are we looking at to make sure that, you know, every year that we're trying to keep these incremental costs under control? I don't believe it. Maybe it's an issue with raises or bonuses or something. But the other question I had as far as that, are these PERS positions or are these folks are not PERS? And the other question I had was as far as the SOMP, once these agreements are finalized, can we make them, I know they're confidential initially as far as some of the work that we're doing on them, but can they be public after they're finalized?
Is that it? Thank you. Authority Member Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Director Lee. A couple of questions. I had a question about CapEx reserve versus what our budget is. That's, I think, has been asked already. And why naming rights is not in 26-27 budget expense, basically. 1.6 we are talking about. About excess revenue, it's a good thing we are doing 10-year projection for excess revenue transfer to general fund. That's very good. But I see a great fluctuation on that. 2.3 million, 2.8 million versus 6.3 million. How are we projecting that? Give us some idea like why that much fluctuation is. And it may be different fluctuation. Do we have a quantum total in 10 years? Let's say average is 3 million or average is 4 million. So in next 10 years, we'll get 40 million if we take average as 4. So I can't find out what is the average would be from that one, right? Just for public, why is SOMP confidential at this stage? I would like to, for the sake of public, I would like to know that. So those are my questions right now. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cox, you have some more?
I'm sorry, I forgot to ask earlier. Just curious from my own learning, when we see these changes in public safety costs, and I think that one was illustrated and brought forward this year, who is driving that need? Is that something that's suggested by our own police force, or is that the stadium authority, I'm sorry, the management company who is making those suggestions? Thank you.
Thank you. Authority Member Chahal.
One more question is stadium-related, warranty-related construction, $1.5 million. How, I need some more explanation on that. Like if it is warranty-related, it should be covered by the vendor who was providing the warranty on that. Why we are putting that as why we are budgeting that amount, basically. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, I have a list of questions. First question I have, Ken, is, so the additional $1 million to the CapEx fund, why are we pre-funding something? Shouldn't we wait for an actual project or projects to come forward? In the event we have to fund more than the $1 million, as was mentioned earlier, why are we pre-funding? And what kind of accountability will we have for that money if it's put in the budget? And then I had also a question about the 2.8 million in the excess revenue distribution to the general fund. I wasn't exactly clear where that's coming from and how that's derived. So if we could get that. So so I have 2.1 million of public safety cost reimbursement plus the 2.8 million in past public safety costs to be paid, so that's a total of 4.9 million for past and future public safety costs. I just want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly. Talking about the SBLs, apparently there is, what's left? We have about a little over 5 million in SVL payments that haven't been collected yet. So we're coming to the end of the cycle. Yet we have 19 positions, and we're spending $3.3 million to service that $5 million. That it didn't make sense last year, and it really doesn't make sense this year. 19 full-time positions for this. So what else are they doing besides, collecting our checks from SBLs? That is, to me, very important. Let's see. So I'm interested to hear about the capital expenditures in terms of the office space the city manager mentioned, or maybe someone else mentioned, that is off-site. So I'm interested to hear about that. So there's, in the administration budget, there are 8.7 full-time positions for the $3.3 million in addition. Is that all stadium authority positions? And, looking at the revenues that are coming in for the upcoming year are a lot less than the revenues that we've had, in past years. And I know that did include settlement agreement revenues, which we're calling performance rent. But my question is, why do we have so many new people for so much less revenue that we're receiving from the Stadium Authority? I see 8 events, 6 concerts, and 2 soccer games, which, average about $650,000 per event. That seems super low, so I wanted to get more detail on what the projections are, because there's some, really good performers that are coming for these concerts, and to have that low amount of money that they're projecting that we will make, I'm curious about that. So the stadium administration oversight, it looks like it's not quite doubled, but it's gone up, very high. I want to know why. Sign replacement tickets, okay. The 4.7 million. Let's see here. Oh, we have our detailed shared expenses. Thank you for providing those. When you come next time, can you also compare them with the 24-25 detailed shared expenses? Because I always look to see what categories have increased, and if they've increased at a normal rate, that's fine. But when you're increasing, over 5%, I'd like to know why, because some of these have increased pretty dramatically. So you said that there are no monies being paid for Super Bowl or World Cup. I guess it would be Super Bowl in this budget, or World Cup, because there's all the planning issues involved. But yet, we were told at the last meeting where we talked about the assignment and assumption agreement that some costs will be billed to the Stadium Authority. Like, there's already been trips and things that were billed to the Stadium Authority. So where are those costs if you say there's no monies in here that are to be paid for Super Bowl and World Cup? A lot of the costs have already been billed and taken place. So where are they? I'd like to know that. So you have the 10-year projections, and I appreciate that. When you come again next week, could you please contrast and compare them with the Exhibit J from the original projections on the contract? That was also litigated during our rent discussions that we had, where the rent was increased. So those were, I think, in 2017, 18, or 19, were confirmed by our mediation and arbitration. So how do those compare with what the new 10-year projections are? I'd like to see the contrast of that. Of course, we can't do that tonight, that forecast. And so for the marketing consultant, who selected the marketing consultant? I'd like to know, because we had a marketing consultant, I think it was 4 or 5 years ago, and they had some really good ideas, but the Stadium Authority Board and the Manco didn't want to implement any of those ideas. So who selected the consultant this time? And, what are they going to be looking at? Because I looked at the marketing plan, and there's just a couple things that I think are kind of very much missing. A detailed execution strategy for aggressively booking more profitable events. Also, I don't see anything in the marketing plan, unless I missed it, about the high-profile events that we have coming in 2026, Super Bowl and World Cup, and how the marketing plan can really account for revenue opportunities that will help us for the events in 2026. And I think that's all I have for now, unless I think of something else. Anybody else? All right, I think that's going to be it, and I think probably is Vice Mayor Cox, did you have something? You're looking at me like you had something to say. Okay. All right, unless anybody has anything else, maybe, I don't know if you want to get started or we can defer until the next time. City Executive Director.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board. A lot of rich questions. Certainly some we'll need to come back to you on for some nuanced details. I do know, Board Chair, you mentioned you want to end
At 6:45.
6:45, so in sort of under 10 minutes, unable to answer all those. I do think that there are some that we can touch on.
Okay.
So I'll turn it over to Treasurer Lee and then opine on a few.
Yeah, great. Thank you for all the questions, Board. And so the answers will be a tag team of both Chuck, myself, and then we do have a representative from the 49ers online. I believe Alex Acton is online as well. So I do want to spend at least a little bit of time. I know there's some questions about the SBL staff, what they do, and there's some other nuances around the $650,000 average for non-NFL events. I do want to at least kick those to Alex tonight, so those could get answered on the record, and I'll touch on a good chunk of these, and then anything marketing plan related, I'll turn over to you, Chuck. And so, Board Member Hardy, you asked about the CapEx reserve. Actually, there were many comments about the CapEx reserve, and so I do want to talk a little bit about that, and if I can go back to the capital slide here, 18.6 million is the proposed budget for 25-26. That combines new projects, 5.2 million, and in every budget year, every budget document, both on the city side and the Stadium Authority side, capital projects continue beyond fiscal year dates, right? So there's a handful of projects that are underway, not completed. There still are invoices that still need to be paid. A good example of that are the lighting system. So Phase 1 of the LED retrofit was in the budget this year, recommended to be carryover next year, and then Phase 2 is a new project this year. So about $12 million of carryover projects. $1.5 million because that was asked. That's been a carryover of an allocation even before my time to complete projects that were identified related to warranty-related work. I believe those have been completed. We're working with our stadium manager to confirm that, and then if that's confirmed, then those funds will be released. And then, so after that 18.6, what's left? And that's the $2.8 million in the capital reserve we talked about. That capital reserve is funded through operations, $3 million through operations, and then the Stadium Authority has recommended $1 million of additional funds because we know that $2.8 million is a very low number. The question was asked, well, why are we recommending that ahead of knowing what the projects are and what accountability? There is a facility condition assessment underway by the stadium manager that's expected to be completed in April and May. That's one of the questions we asked. That should and will inform as we move ahead with the budget process. Well, what is the actual amount? If it's not $1 million, if it's $2 million, or if it's less, and a lot of those projects are timed throughout the rest of the life of the stadium. So it might require a larger number of dollars going into CapEx, and it might require a pause in some of the additional dollars. We know that $1 million is an amount given the size of the stadium, and And so all those projects from an accountability standpoint are brought before the board as part of your capital budget. If there's amendments, those are brought before the board as well. And then if it's above the authority by the stadium manager, those awards of those projects are also brought to the board as well. And so from an accountability standpoint, CapEx projects and their award are brought to the board.
Yeah, and I'll just add that facilities condition assessment is being done by the stadium manager, and so we will need to take a independent review of that to ensure that that the stadium authority staff does agree with the items in there. And so when we get the draft report, we're just not going to forward it on and start plugging in numbers.
So there were at least a couple questions about office space and coming back with additional information as part of the question and answer turnaround for this budget included a questioning of an increase in those costs, and it was identified that as part of a move to office space on Great America Parkway, the allocation, the stadium manager included a stadium authority share of that. That's conversations between the executive director and stadium manager have started. We want to understand what those are, vet that out, and then come back before the board with any additional information we have before the board takes action on this budget. And so that's the conversation that's happening and underway. There were some questions regarding Councilmember Jane asked a question around naming rights expenses and the timing of the surcharge. And so our understanding, working with the city attorney as part of the assignment and assumption meeting agreement, was the $1.6 million to purchase tickets for that obligation for the naming rights sponsor was required in the 25-26 fiscal year. Because those tickets are needed before those events occur. And then the timing of the revenues are expected to flow in the 26-27 fiscal year. So there is a timing difference with regards to some of the revenues. I don't know, City Attorney, if you want to comment more on that, but just our understanding of the timing of the expense of the 1.6 and the 2.1.
Yes, very briefly, Madam Vice Chair. Our understanding, and I'll get more specificity and clarity on this, is that FIFA is requiring, as part of their arrangement with stadiums, that tickets and suites that are being allocated and not being taken by them for their own sale and profit making must be purchased by some point this summer, fall, or they revert to them for them to be able to sell them. So we'll get more clarity on that from the folks that are engaging directly with FIFA, and when we come back either on the 4th or prior to your approval of the budget.
Then there was a question around general administrative costs for the Stadium Authority. Whose costs are these? Why are they going up? These are Stadium Authority staff. So part of my time, Javon's time, when we survey all the city departments, over 40 people touch Stadium Authority activities. So that increase in costs relate to both time, the number of hours that are projected for next year, salary and benefit increases as part of PERS. As a PERS agency, both city staff that touch Stadium Authority activities, those costs are included in that increase. And then there are some consultant contracts included in the budget that on an annual basis that includes our audit for KPMG that typically has increases, working with our city attorney on expected legal costs as well as other activities, so consultant costs. So when you put all those activities together, these are Stadium Authority activities, Stadium Authority FTE, so 8.7 FTE equivalent of over 40 people touching Stadium Authority activities.
And we'll provide a breakdown when we come back.
Exactly. There was a question on the $20 million number to the general fund over 2 years and where we at and what are the numbers. I can tell you that for this fiscal year, there was a performance rent slide I want to show you here just really briefly. You know, $11.4 million of performance rent this fiscal year projected. 2.1 next year, that's 13 million. There is additional both ground rent, senior and youth fees, and excess revenue. So in our projection, $2.8 million. So when you look at revenues, expenses, and the requirements for debt and capital expenditures, there are leftover dollars at the end of the day based on the numbers that are in the budget. And so when you flow that through the excess revenue formula, you get 2.8 million at the end of next year of excess revenue. And so that number will change. If revenues perform better and expenses are less, that number will grow. We also have excess revenue for the 24-25 projection, and that's in the budget. I believe that exceeds the number that that $20 million was derived from. We will provide the details in a summation format just for the public so that we can gauge against that $20 million. It will be higher based on the excess revenues anticipated this year.
Yeah. And while we're on this slide, why don't we touch on the net non-NFL event revenue? There's additional data that we'll provide that will show the budgeted amount for the prior 2 fiscal years and the actuals. The stadium manager, actually similar to our convention center, has a budgeting practice where they budget, frankly, lower than what's expected, and they budget based on the things that are booked and known. And so in both of the prior 2 fiscal years, the budget was several $1 million less than the actual revenue. And so we do not expect the revenue to be 5.2 million. It's a budgeting practice that we're still, frankly, working with the stadium manager on. And frankly, even as of today, receiving information that they're booking events for later on this year. And so that it's really more of a budgeting practice than a expected reduction in revenue. And we'll come back with more historical information on budget versus actual.
End this pretty quickly, so
Okay.
you have,
So maybe I could turn it over to Alex.
it's 6:47, so I wondering that leaves us less than 15 minutes, so I want to continue this till next Tuesday. All right, very good. We are going to finish the study session now, and we will be back at 7 o'clock.
Madam Mayor, if I might note before we do that, I just wanted to, if there was anyone from the public waiting, and wanted to weigh in on this, they could speak.
I didn't see any, there were no
Very
hands.
good, good. I just wanted to confirm that, and if there
Unless
was anyone, they could speak
Here
later.
want to speak? No? Our one person here?
Yeah.
All
Very
right.
good. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, back at 7, everyone.
1, 2, 1.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting of the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk, Assistant City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember, Board Member Gonzalez. Present. Councilmember, Board Member Shahal.
Present?
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Cox.
Here.
And Mayor Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. I'd like to note for the record, for those joining us on Zoom this evening, there have been some technical difficulties this evening. However, you will hear the audio, and if PowerPoint presentations are presented, you will see that, but you will not see the image of the council nor the folks on the dais. You may watch this on Facebook and YouTube and Channel 15. Thank you. AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome, and thank you for your participation. For those attending this evening in the capacity of a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. For today's meeting, the council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the council continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. Are we showing a Zoom? Okay. All right. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations. Those are reserved for topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll now move on to the council agenda. So we don't have any reports of action taken in closed session since we didn't have any closed session. Continuances, exceptions, reconsideration from anyone on the council, staff, or public? Okay, seeing none, we will now move on to our special orders of business. So, for our first special order of business, we're excited to recognize students from Wilcox High School for their first place win at the California Council on Economic Education's Financial Advisors Contest. The Financial Advisors Contest is a competition for students to develop financial plans to apply in real-world scenarios against other state finalist teams. The Wilcox High School team included 11th grade students Vendette Garg, Jian Liao, Tanya Sharma, and Michelle Wu. We heard this team also won this competition when they were sophomores, making them only the second team that has ever won back-to-back championships. Thank you so much for representing Santa Clara. I now invite Wilcox High School business teacher Anthony Raffetto, or Tony, to the podium to speak a little bit more about the competition. Welcome. Let's give him a round of applause, too.
these students have been amazing. They, as a sophomore, as I said, they won the championship as a sophomore, and they. The schools that are in this thing are top-notch public schools. And I mean, we're talking like, I think of the 10 high-rated schools in California, 6 of them were there. So it really was we were definitely a little bit, the first couple of years we went to this thing, we were kind of a little bit intimidated. The thing, but these groups came through, and they won back-to-back now, and they'll be back for their senior year to try to win the third one in a row. It takes a lot of planning. It's one of those things we practice all the time, but you get a case study, and you have 2 weeks to prepare this case study. And it's a detailed case study, and you put 2 weeks to prepare your plan, and you present it to the financial advisor panel, and they decide who the best plan, the most realistic plan was. You have to do a Q&A period, too, from the financial advisors, where they try to kind of catch you in your logic. And these guys have proven to put the time into it, and they're really talented. So, it makes it real easy when you're an advisor, when you have this kind of talent on your team. So, thank you.
Fantastic. Now, Councilmember Hardy, you recommended that they come tonight. Would you like to say a few words before we give out the proclamations and awards?
Absolutely. I'm so proud of all of you. You've represented the school, you've represented Santa Clara, and you've represented each other so well in the way you've handled yourselves, and to win back-to-back and to be so ready to take it next year. I'm holding my breath and hoping that does happen. And I want to recognize Mr. Ruffetto for his work and help. That makes the difference to have a good advisor. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ruffetto. I'm going to ask you if you would just bear with me for a moment to call up the students. If the council members can come down, then we can take pictures. But also, I'm wondering if the students would look at our city budget to see where we can make some improvements and changes, and I'm not kidding. Okay, thank you. So, council, if you'd like to join down there.
We are looking at this camera for a second. Ready in 3, 2, 1. One more, 3, 2, 1. Got it? And you can take picture. Okay, I think we're good. Yes. Yeah, we already get it. Yeah, we already got it. Yeah. You can go ahead.
Councilmember Chahal has a few words to say.
Thank you. First of all, congratulations for the great job, a repeat championship, and waiting for the third one next year. And I know we live in a tech world over here in Silicon Valley, and we always talk about technology and other things. But keeping in view, United States savings rate is one of the lowest in the world, probably. It's very important to inculcate this knowledge of financial advisors. How you basically, sometimes people work so hard to make money, but they don't work hard to make money from the money they earn, basically. So it's very important, and what you are doing is very paramount right now and in future too. So, and this is a type of diversity in education we need, and I'm so proud of you all, and great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal, and I agree with you. So on their way out, our finance director here, Ken Lee, will sign you up for your future employment, and I'm not kidding, to the city of Santa Clara. We need those genius financial minds. Congratulations to all of you. Well done, Mr. Raffetto. Well done. All right, well, thank you. We're going to move on now to our second special order of business this evening. The City of Santa Clara recognizes March 2nd, 2025 to March 8th, 2025 as No More Week. The No More Foundation is dedicated to increasing awareness and encouraging action to end domestic violence and sexual assault. No More Week is a time to raise awareness that domestic violence is a public health crisis and impacts many victims and survivors in communities. 1 in every 4 women will experience sexual assault in her lifetime. 1 in every 6 men have had abusive or unwanted sexual experiences in their lifetimes. Domestic violence victims and their families are encouraged to seek assistance from local organizations such as Next Door Solutions, Maytree, Community Solutions, Asian Women's Home, and the YWCA. This evening, we are honored to have domestic violence advocate Sherry Ostek and Sarita Coley, President and CEO for Asian Americans for Community Involvement, which operates the Asian Women's Home in San Jose, to speak about their services. So I'd like to invite Sarita to the front podium here to say a few words for us. And I think Sheila's coming with her, possibly. Welcome. Welcome, ladies.
Candace, join us, please.
Candace, too.
So thank you, Mayor Gilmore and City Council members. As you said, my name is Sarita Kohli. I'm CEO of AKI, or Asian Americans for Community Involvement. And we are, in addition to operating the Asian Women's Home, which is a domestic violence program, we are a federally qualified health center. We also provide specialty behavioral health services, specialized services for refugees and asylum seekers, and a whole host of wellness services for seniors and youth as well. And so, as you mentioned, the statistics, 1 in 4 women and 1 in 6 men are going to experience either a form of domestic violence or sexual assault. And the program that we operate, it was started primarily to focus on Asian populations because there wasn't any specialized services for Asians back in the day when we started in 1978. We run a shelter, and we also have a hoteling program because we are always short of space in our shelter, which is an emergency shelter. In addition to that, we offer a lot of outreach and education and awareness building about the prevalence of domestic violence, which is very, very significant. And domestic violence, as you said, is a public health crisis. It is not restricted by economic class or social class. It spreads across. It's non-discrimination. It applies to everybody. And so, we look for every opportunity to talk about it and to spread awareness. And we really appreciate the council taking this time to acknowledge this. The theme for this year's No More Week for 2025 is No More Silence. So it is about talking about it to families, to communities, to everybody, that will give us a listening ear, because it is so prevalent and so widely present in our society. This is Candace Soto. She's works with our Asian Women's Home, and she's primarily in charge of doing all the outreach and education. And Sherry, who has been a staunch advocate for domestic violence, and she's the one that brought this to your attention, and so we really thank you for the proclamation here.
Did you all want to speak?
I just wanted to
Please.
say, I
Welcome.
just want to say thank you to you for doing this. I appreciate it.
We appreciate you bringing this to all our attention. Those statistics are just shocking and stark for us to really sit back and pay attention to what's happening. And I like your no more silence. No more silence. Yeah, agreed. So thank you so much for bringing awareness to us, everything you do. We'd be honored if the three of you or whoever's with you, please join us up front. I invite the council members to come down. We'd like to give you your proclamation for declaration. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, we are look over here. Ready? In 3, 2, 1. Okay, one more. 3, 2, 1. Got it. Thank you.
That one was definitely sobering, so thank you, ladies, for coming. All right, and last order, special order of business. The City of Santa Clara proclaims Divorce with Respect Week from March 3rd through March 9th, 2025. Divorce with Respect Week was originated in California in 2021 by a Collaborative Practice California. As a nonprofit, Collaborative Practice California consists of legal, financial, and mental health professionals who support individuals to navigate through divorce and the dissolution of their marriage. Divorce with Respect Week brings awareness about collaborative and amicable mediation as an alternative to traditional litigation, which focuses on the needs of the families. With this proclamation, the City of Santa Clara proclaims March 3rd to March 9th as Divorce with Respect Week. Unfortunately, the representative from Collaborative Practice Silicon Valley was unable to join us. Oh, are you here? Okay, not Melissa. Would you like to come up, please? I would say we were going to ensure that you received the proclamation, and that is true now. Please welcome. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Lauren Edwards. I had no idea that I would be doing this when Melissa asked me to come for her tonight. I just want to say thank you so much for this. Melissa's worked so hard, and I know that she's so sad that she can't be here. I found out about collaborative practice a couple years ago. I am actually a divorce attorney. My office is 5 minutes down the road. And I was at a mediation training, and I heard the instructor say, why do we call it ADR? Why do we call it alternative dispute resolution? Why isn't litigation the alternative? And what can we do to drive people to find resolutions to the end of a relationship that doesn't cause so much trauma to a family? And exploring collaborative practice has just been the most amazing gift that has come my way. And so I'm so grateful to be here, and I'm so grateful to you for recognizing that. And I love being a part of this community, so thank you so much.
And tell us your name again, I'm sorry.
Lauren Edwards.
Lauren
Sorry.
Edwards.
I'm very nervous. I'm in front of judges all the time, but this is so nervous.
Oh my gosh, yes, look at us, we're so intimidating. Thank you for coming. I think this is, many people don't know about this, and unfortunately, divorce statistics are so high that, that those are sobering as well. But seeing that there's an alternative to litigation, I think many families may take advantage of it. So thank you for bringing awareness as well. Could you please join us up here? We will give you this proclamation. Make sure it gets in the right hands.
Get here, ready in 3, 2, 1. Okay, ready, one more. 3, 2, 1. Got it? Thank you.
I know, huh? It won't go away. All right, so moving on to the council agenda. Is our consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. Do we have any items to be pulled for discussion by the council or the public? Seeing none, do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
So motion by Councilmember Gonzalez, second by, who was second? Councilmember Chahal, to approve all items on the consent calendar, including the Stadium Authority Board consent items. Please register vote.
Councilmember, Board Member Park.
I click yes. Yes is
Looking
selected.
good.
Now it is. Thank you.
You had to click mine twice.
Okay.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Next, we have public presentations, and these are reserved for items that are not on the agenda. Do we have any public presentations? City Clerk. Oh, yes, I see 3 speakers.
Yes.
Brian, if you'd like to come forward, followed by Chat, followed by Kathy. Welcome.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. 3 minutes is a gold mine. In a lot of other cities, it's sometimes 1 minute, or you have to wait for 6 hours and then talk. Our Congress, the House, voted for a $4.5 trillion continuation of the tax cuts and $2 trillion in cuts. That still needs reconciliation with the Senate. Anybody that doesn't believe that this will not have an utterly profound effect at the state, county, and local level hasn't been paying attention. And I'm deeply concerned about it because the population I work with are almost always the first people to be cut and always the last people to have their services restored. Every single time, always. I've been at this field, I've been working in this field for 45 years. That has never once been different. So I want to come up with what can I do? I can tell you stories, I was reading something about Councilperson Becker and the probationary report that was put out. And it said that it wasn't a victimless, he still has an appeal, which is his right, so this is just more of a point of view kind of thing. But Mr. Rosen and the prosecutor said that that this was not a victimless crime. And that he gave the organization, the 49ers, a significant, the connection with the financial means to make significant contributions or gains to access to information and power of the Senate, of the 49ers. As citizens, we don't have that. I had this all written out, and I'm not going to sell it that way. As a citizen, all I have is just the one voice that I have. And the way I use it is to tell stories. I'm going to tell you one story about a lady I worked with at Agnews. She was a near-drowning victim. She was about 30 when I worked with her, I think. Her shoulder touched her hip. She was blind, she was deaf, and she was profoundly developmentally disabled. That could happen to any of us. It's just for the grace of God or chance or whatever you want to put to it. I was able to develop a little switch. She turned her head, and it turned on a fan, and it blew in her face, and she smiled. That was considered profound. I still consider that profound. Those smiles, those looks of understanding, those things are what drive me. You can't qualify them, and you can qualify them, but you can't quantify them economically. and I don't know if you'd want to. In your deliberations, please remember that, because the things that matter the most are the things that are often looked over. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Next, we have chat. Please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is, I use the middle name Iqbal, and I'm an engineer. I'm homeowner and resident in city of Santa Clara. Like many of my neighbors, I have deep concerns in terms of my street regarding the ongoing growing impact of RV encampments, illegal parking, illegal trash dumping, and public safety issues. So the issues we have, so the streets are Hope Drive and the Bassett streets. And the issues we are facing, public safety concerns, first of all. So families, unfortunately, do not feel safe anymore walking with their kids, with their strollers on the street anymore, because there is ongoing number of RV encampments every day. There is so much trash accumulating out of them, and which is creating health risks for the entire community. And the other issue we are facing, lack of enforcement, and unfortunately current efforts are not sufficient enough, because if you look at the Google images, photos, you're gonna see the same RVs camping over there since 2016. Supposedly we have 72-hour parking limit, but which is not enforced. And impact on schools and daycares, those streets are surrounded by daycares, preschools, schools, and children should not be exposed to those unsafe conditions. So our community needs immediate action. First of all, please implement no parking or no stopping over 20 feet signs. And secondly, please provide frequent cleanup and enforcement. And please also provide designated safe parking areas for those people in need. And please also implement re-landscaping and security cameras of these areas. So the power to make real change sits with you, our council. And I am not here only just to make a complaint about that. I am seeking real change, concrete action. Please prioritize these issues, take action now, and give our community back the support and enforcement they desperately need and deserve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Iqbal. And I know our police chief is sitting here listening, and our city manager is sitting here listening, and there's been a chronic problem on Hope Drive and Bassett Street. So we hear you. We can't take any action because it's under public presentations, but thank you for reminding us that
Thank you for your understanding.
there's an issue that needs to be taken care of in that district. Thank you. Kathy? Make sure you don't go over 3 minutes, okay?
You know I can talk. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and city staff. It's a pleasure to be here on this side of the dais for a change. It's been a long time, but I'm actually here in support of Ike. I know him as Ike, who just spoke ahead of me, and also I'm speaking as a District 1 resident. I have seen Ike's posts on social media regarding the issues that he just discussed, and what really impressed me was that as much as he's concerned, he wants to be a part of the solution. And knowing how I have, as a past council member, I have addressed these issues in the past with city staff, with the city manager, I know that it has been an ongoing problem. I will also just want to add that I do appreciate all that the police department has done in the past, you know, when addressed and with some of the issues where the residents, not just like in Mission Gardens and Estancia, but even the residents on Nelson Drive were impacted by the RVs and things being thrown in their yards. So I really appreciate their impact in addressing the issues, but also Public Works. I mean, whenever there's been a complaint, Public Works is out there to remove items, but the problem is that they're just back again the next day. So we need a permanent solution. And I just want to bring up bond measure, the bond measure that we just passed in November, which part of that bond measure, I had specifically asked for $4 million for street beautification to combat the blight. and other community concerns. And this is one of those concerns. So I'm hoping that when these funds, as well as an oversight committee, a lot of people are asking me about when is there going to be an oversight committee? People want to be engaged. They care about their city. They want to make a difference, just like Ike just expressed tonight. And I got to say, I like Ike. I met with him this afternoon, and I just was so impressed with his passion for the community and wanting to make a difference. So I'm hoping that there's going to be an opportunity in the near future for the residents to get involved and also to be able to focus on putting these funds to work. So thank you very much, Mayor, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. We like Ike, too. I like that. All right, Diane, online, Diane? Is she online? Yes, Diane, go ahead.
Oh, unmute. Yeah, just letting you know, I can't see that, I'm going to speak later on a regular issue, but I can't see the council chambers. I can't see the speakers online. And usually in the past, I've been able to do so. So whatever you normally do, could you go back to doing it? That's all.
Thank you, Diane. If you listen, the city clerk made an announcement in the beginning. City clerk, can you repeat what's going on with our system now?
Yes, of course. So again, Zoom, due to technical difficulties this evening, you will only hear the audio. You will not see the video. However, if a PowerPoint presentation is made, you will be able to see the PowerPoint. But you can watch this on Facebook, YouTube, and Channel 15.
Thank you very much. She's already off. Is there anyone else that would like to make a public presentation on an item that's not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on then. So next, hold on a second. Consent items pulled for discussion, which we don't have any, so we're going to go straight into our general business. Public hearing, general business. Karen, can you read the first one? I have a
Certainly. Public hearing on the action on an appeal of a conditional use permit for a new unmanned AT&T telecommunication facility with the installation of 42 feet and 6-inch monopoles located on the parking lot at 3111 Benton Street. And I do know that I need to make a disclosure that I had a meeting with about 6 of the residents, and I need to disclose that. I noticed that their presentation and what I was given out are the same thing. Thank you, City Attorney.
Yeah, very good. And if I might note or ask that, the mayor's coming back to pick up the script where we come up to even.
She's getting over some bronchitis, so we want to give little.
Mayor, the item was announced, but the public hearing was not open, so back to you to do that.
Oh, thank you. I apologize. I've had this cough for about 6 weeks. It won't go away. Health is important. Okay. So, City Attorney, wait a minute.
Yeah, the item.
Okay, this is the one.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Here we go. Item number 5 is the proposed construction of a new wireless telecommunications facility comprised of 3 monopoles, approximately 42 feet in height, to be installed in a parking lot at 3111 Benton Street. This item comes to the City Council on an appeal brought by a neighboring resident, Vignesh Vivekraja, following the Planning Commission's decision to approve a conditional use permit for the installation on January 15th. This item is a public hearing, which I will now declare to be open. Before we begin the presentations, do any council members have any disclosures they would like to make regarding ex parte communications?
I gave mine already while you were out, saying that I did meet with about 6 residents.
Okay, is there, let's see, Councilmember Jane.
Yes, I would also like to say that on February 17th, I met with the appellant, Ken Kratz, Diane Harrison, Vignesh Vivek Raja, and some other residents at Pomeroy Green, and they indicated that they opposed the project because of property values, aesthetics, health concerns, and we talked about alternate locations.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal.
I want to declare I met 8 residents on Saturday, and I was presented with the same PowerPoint which has been submitted to the city clerk, and I did submit the same PowerPoint to city clerk for making it a record on post-meeting material as such. So I did meet 8 of those residents. Yep. Thank you.
Councilmember Park.
Yes, I also met with the representatives of the AT&T Tower Relocation Group, neighborhood group. There were about 8 members there on February 6th at 6:30. And we did talk about the presentation that is in front of us. And I heard about their concerns. I made no commitments.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Just want to mention as well and disclose that I also met with a handful of residents on the 24th, yesterday, for about half an hour. And just in the utterance of being in safe harbor, even though I was assured that I could participate in the vote, I had a residence. I have no further interest in that residence, but within about 500 feet of these towers, so I will be abstaining.
You will be abstaining? Okay. I think you have to leave the dais. Yeah. Thank you. So that's it on that. All right. I don't see any others. At this time, staff, are you ready for your presentation?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council and members of the public. Javon Grogan, City Manager. Just a few introductory comments. The application has been appealed by a group titled the AT&T Tower Relocation Group. That's a group of approximately 55 neighbors that live in the surrounding area. They are appealing a decision of the Planning Commission to approve a new wireless facility in the parking lot of a church. Multiple locations and 2 redesigns were evaluated for the new facility through the Planning Commission process. Worth noting that there were 4 Planning Commission meetings on this topic. Santa Clara, like all jurisdictions, are limited in their review of these facilities by the Federal Communications Commission as well as the Telecommunications Act. Also worth noting that there is a federal shot clock for this item where the city must take an action, and that shot clock expires this Friday, February 28th, 2025. So with that, I'll turn the presentation over to Afsha Hamid, our Director of Community Development. Also worth noting, there will be a presentation by the appellant as well as by the applicant.
Thank you. Welcome, Director Hamid.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public. Before we get into the presentation, I did want to introduce Leslie Xavier and Alexander Abbey. Leslie is the Planning Division Manager, and Alexander is with the City Attorney's Office, and they both worked on the project throughout the public hearings with the Planning Commission. As an overview, the request for the appeal is that on January 15, 2025, the Planning Commission approved a conditional use permit for a new unmanned AT&T telecommunication facility with the installation of 3 42 feet 6-inch monopoles located in the parking lot of the property at 311 Benton Street, which is a church. On January 18, 2025, Mr. Vivek Raja, a member of the AT&T Tower Relocation Group, consisting of approximately 58 community members from the adjacent neighborhood, filed an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval for the conditional use permit. Just very briefly, the project site is 3.15 acres. Under the general plan, this is public, quasi-public, which is allowed, which is basically for churches and schools and like city hall properties. The zoning is also consistent. It's public, quasi-public. And on the site, there is a church with 2 paved parking lots, and there's also an existing cell site located on the roof of the church. The applicant is proposing a new wireless communication facility, and therefore, the new wireless facility requires a conditional use permit per the Santa Clara City Code 18.66040A. I'm going to go over the timeline because I know it was mentioned that there were 4 planning commission meetings, so just a very brief summary. On March 23rd, there was an application filed for a conditional use permit. The application then, on December 25th, 2023, was deemed complete. And then on August 21st, the first planning commission hearing occurred. The concerns raised at that first planning commission hearing was that there was a diesel generator which may produce noise, health risks, and it would be too close to the residents. At this meeting, the applicant agreed to go back and look at these concerns raised by the residents, and there was a tolling agreement to address these issues. The applicant came back on September 11th, and at that meeting, he requested a further continuance as they were not ready to provide additional information to address the comments. Since wireless communication facilities are subject to shot clock limits, subject to FCC regulations, the city and the applicant entered into another tolling agreement to allow for additional continuance and for the applicant to continue working on the concerns raised by the residents. On October 23rd, 2024, at the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant removed the diesel generator and instead proposed a battery cabinet. At that meeting, the Planning Commission requested 3 monopoles, and again, an additional tolling agreement went into place. The applicant then returned back on December 4th at the Planning Commission hearing and proposed, and there were several proposals. The one 60-foot mono tree, which was a staff recommendation, 3 43-foot 6-inch monopoles in the parking lot, which was a Planning Commission direction from a previous meeting. And then the community also asked about the location in Central Park. The project was again continued to January 15, 2025. I will go into the details of the project here over the next few slides. On March 23rd, Complete Wireless Consulting, which is the applicant, filed an application for a conditional use permit. The initial project was to co-locate on the rooftop of the church, but the rooftop was not structurally able to support that additional equipment. An alternative design was proposed using 3 monopoles disguised as parking lot light poles, and that was rejected by staff as there was no way to visually screen the poles. So staff raised this concern, and staff encouraged a different design, which is a mono tree, a single mono tree, and that would be placed amongst a stand of existing trees towards the rear of the site. The Planning Commission, as they went through the 4 Planning Commission meetings, ultimately approved 3 monopoles instead in the parking lot, determining that this design addressed the neighborhood concern of being too close to the adjacent single-family rear yards. In this site plan, there are 2 lease areas that are shown for the wireless facility. So the 3 monopoles will be located here, and they have an 80 square foot lease area around each pole. Then there is a second lease area, which is for the equipment itself, which is right here. And that is within 15 feet from the rear of the property line. It'll be a total of 366 square feet. It will have a backup battery cabinet. And it's actually, there is an existing wood fence along the back of between the single-family homes and the church property. And where the equipment leasing area is, there is already an enclosed CMU wall. So the equipment lease area will be within those CMU walls. In addition, when the battery backup was proposed, an acoustic analysis was completed by the applicant, which shows no impacts, and it meets the noise standards of the zoning ordinance. These are the elevations of the project. It is set back from the rear property line approximately 49 to 51 feet, and that's due to how the property itself is curved. There is a setback to the front of the property line of 40 to 42 feet in height. The pole height itself is 42 feet 6 inches, and the monopole lights will be painted black. So in terms of the zoning code conformance, the application was deemed complete on December 25th, 2023. And this was prior to the adoption of the updated zoning code, which now includes regulations for wireless facilities. The previous code, or the classic code, contained no regulations for wireless facilities. So this application was reviewed for conformance with the classic code. The difference in the application under the classic code versus the new zoning code is that under the new zoning code, a monotree would not be permitted due to the setback requirements. The setback requirements are 1 foot of setback for 1 foot of height, and a conditional use permit would still be required. Under the new zoning code, the site is still public, quasi-public, which is like for schools, churches, city hall properties, and a new wireless facility would be allowed with some standards. The standards are for landscaping and the distance of 1 foot of setback for every 1 foot of height from the property line, and the monopoles, the 3 monopoles that are proposed in the parking lot, would meet the new standards of the new zoning code, and that the equipment enclosure standards as well. These are already being addressed within that CMU wall location. AT&T Tower Relocation Group, the neighborhood group, has filed an appeal. And the appeal is based on 10 things, and I will read those very quickly and also get into, explain the reasons for each of these items. The impacts to the entire neighborhood, aesthetic problems, potential property loss, proper notification, impacts of historic resources were not considered, health effects, violation of the new zoning code, alternative locations not exhausted, lack of essential information on violation of new codes, and the environmental effects. So in response to 1, 2, and 8 on this list, the impacts to the neighborhood and alternative locations, the proposal before the city's wireless facility, co-location on the building was determined to be infeasible because of the structural issues already on the existing rooftop. So staff did not support the initial 3-light monopole as there was no way to screen the poles. Staff did support the monotree as it would be located near existing trees and allow the pole to blend in and to have more context with the surroundings. However, as we went through the process with the Planning Commission preferred that it be located in the parking lot. The applicant did consider other locations in the general area, and they presented that information and the locations to the Planning Commission. It is important to note that the wireless companies identify what is called a coverage gap in their analysis when they are initially determining where to locate a new wireless facility. And then they go and negotiate with individual property owners. In this case, they approach multiple property owners, including the school district, 830 Kiley Boulevard, the shopping center, which is called Kiley Shopping Center, and LDS Church. Additionally, the applicant and Parks Department staff conducted a thorough analysis of Central Park as a potential location as well, and it was determined not to be feasible for AT&T nor the city. In response to number 3, the applicant did provide a real estate study completed by joint venture Silicon Valley. This information was not used to make any of the required findings to support the CUP, but the study did conduct an aggregate statewide level analysis and found significant increases in residential real estate value after construction of wireless sites. In response to the proper notification, the city did follow its public outreach policy and the city code 18.14020 and notified property owners and tenants within a 500-foot radius of the project site. I do want to point out that the public outreach policy is something that Santa Clara does that goes above and beyond the state code. This is something that we have put into place ourselves as a best practice. Pomeroy Green is a townhome development adjacent to the subject site with individual properties. Those within the 500-foot radius were sent a notification for the initial Planning Commission meetings. After concerns were raised by residents and it was brought up at a Planning Commission meeting, staff expanded the mailing list as a courtesy to include the entirety of the Pomeroy Green townhome development, starting with the December 4th Planning Commission meeting. So in response to number 5, impacts to historic resources not reviewed, the city code governs the identification and protection of historic resources in the city when projects near the historic resources inventory are referred to as through a landmarks commission. In this instance, Pomeroy Green is not in the city's historic resources inventory, and therefore the project was not referred. However, the location of the 3 monopole design in the eastern parking lot would be far enough away so as not to alter the historic character or the view shed of Pomeroy Green. Number 6, the health effects. As stated earlier, local governments, including the city of Santa Clara, are preempted from regulating wireless telecommunications facilities based on concerns regarding the health effects of radio frequency emissions. In regards to 7 and 8, the application was filed on March 23rd, 2023, and it was deemed complete on December 25th, 2023, prior to the updated zoning code. And as explained, all planning permit applications that are active at the time and have been determined to be complete before that effective date of the updated zoning code and any amendment shall be processed in compliance with requirements in effect when the application was deemed complete. So it is being analyzed under the classic code. Number 9, the lack of essential information on violation of the new codes. Here, staff does agree that when answering some questions from the public about the zoning code, the planning could have further clarified that the entire section of this code does not apply to this project, and it is being reviewed under the classic code and not the updated zoning code. And finally, number 10, the subject site is a paved parking lot and not near any habitat area. Telecommunications facilities are a utility, and under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, utility extensions are exempt from environmental review. Also, as previously stated, under the Telecommunications Act of 1996, it limits the authority of local jurisdictions to regulate wireless facilities. Although the city retains the authority to regulate location and aesthetics, the city cannot regulate based on potential health effects. Installation of the facility will also require the approval of all building permits, as well as it has to meet the fire code as well. And briefly, the Federal Communications Act of 1996, it preempts all municipal regulations for RF emissions to the extent that wireless facilities comply with the federal emission standards. This proposed facility will not exceed the federal emission standards. I do want to detail a little bit of the discussion about the Central Park alternatives that were looked at. The applicant and the Parks Department staff did a thorough examination of the entirety of Central Park to identify potential locations, including the 5 locations that were suggested by the public. 3 had to be eliminated due to planned parking entry construction project, which is underway. 1 was ruled out based on park staff preference as it was near a walking path. And then any area on the east side of the park, including the lights of the baseball field, did not meet the radio frequency requirements for AT&T. So therefore, Central Park was not possible site for wireless facilities. In addition, the city has a charter, 714.1, which requires a 2/3 majority of a vote at a general election. And let me explain this a little bit more. This charter requires that any proposed sale, disposal, lease, or change in the use of a city-owned parkland lasting 180 days or more has to be approved by 2/3 of the majority of voters. The provisions of the city charter would apply here because the city would need to lease the underlying property to AT&T, and such lease would have a term extending beyond 180 days. Typically, lease agreements for the installation of these facilities have multiple year terms, like 10 to 15 years, and they also get extended beyond those 10 to 15-year terms. This is a graphic showing the Central Park alternative locations. The slide on the left are sites identified by the public that were submitted to the Parks Department, and these were all analyzed. So 1, 2, and 3 were not feasible due to the parks project. It's a planned parking entry construction project. 4, 5, and 8 are not feasible as it is already has coverage by AT&T pole. So just briefly, if you look at the slide to the right, there is already a pole here which provides the coverage where 4, 5, and 8 already are. And number 6 is a walking path of a playground, and number 7 is next to an elementary school. So staff finds that the proposal is consistent with the general plan and that it will maintain the city's level of service for high-quality telecommunications. The proposal is allowed within the subject zoning district and complies with all provisions of the zoning code as well as the city code. Staff recommends that the city council overrule the appeal and adopt a resolution upholding the approval of a conditional use permit for a new unmanned AT&T telecommunications facility for 3 42 feet 6-inch monopoles located in the parking lot at 3111 Benton Street, subject to findings and conditions of approval. Thank you, and Leslie Xavier, Alexander Abbey, and myself are here to take any questions and provide any additional comments. The applicant is also here with a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. So at this time, I'm just going to ask for questions only of the Director or staff from council members. We'll start with Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Director Hamid. Did I hear you correctly when you said that Joint Venture Silicon Valley said that there was actually a study showing significant increases in property values when these poles are added? I didn't quite understand that. And then I know the application was submitted under the classic zoning code, but didn't you say that the new zoning code had a 1 foot per 1 foot distance requirement? It still meets the new zoning code? Did I understand that correctly? And then when I met with the appellant, they had suggested that perhaps the pole be put on the Santa Clara University School campus. So can you explain the possibility of doing that? Especially since it's mostly the 2,000 kids at Santa Clara University that want to use their cell phones and need.
You mean high school?
Sorry, yes, high school. Yeah, Santa Clara High School. Yeah, that want to use their cell phones. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
Real quick, just the bit of code that you mentioned, I think we usually refer to that as Measure R, if I was correct, that's what the residents passed a few years ago, and I was trying to remember what year that was.
Yes, that's correct. Measure R.
2016. Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. My question is, I just want to confirm, staff did reject this plan initially on aesthetics ground when it came to the city staff, right?
Yes, correct.
Right, we did, okay. And you did mention that the plan was deemed complete in December 23, but then it came to the Planning Commission August 21, 24. Why it took 8 months for the plan to come to Planning Commission after it was deemed complete in 2024? That's my question. You did mention about the battery backup pack. They will be at a different location than the 3 monopoles, basically. Do we know what the capacity of those battery backups, and are they adequate? And you mentioned that they are just between 15 feet of the property line of the residents. So are there adequate safety measures for those battery backup units they're planning over there? Measure R is very strict measure that does not allow any leasing or selling of park and rec. But my question is, I did ask that question, but I want to make sure it's right. So does the right of the way of our park is also considered in the same under Measure R guidelines, basically, or it doesn't, basically? Because location 1, 2, 3, I'm not sure whether they're on the right of way or in the utility right-of-way or they are inside the park. But if they are if something is on the right-of-way, can that be accommodated under Measure R, basically? And you did mention that location 7 is not feasible because there is a elementary school nearby. So how are we approving this thing when this is close to the, how staff is recommending when this is close to the high school? Should not we apply the same rules what we are applying to location 7 on the map? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cox?
Thanks, Afsha. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit about the coverage gap. As I reviewed the packet, I didn't see a lot of information about the footprint of connectivity that we were trying to meet there. And if there truly is a coverage gap, could you speak to the range of allowable relocation of these items that would still meet that need? And then I just wanted to follow up. In the monetary, I think Councilmember Chahal just asked if the monetary was removed from consideration by the commission based on aesthetics, but I don't think it was aesthetic. I think there was a safety concern, and I still can't make that connection if the appellant was okay with the monetary and it was the planning commission's decision to go with the 3 poles, or if the appellant was not okay with either of the suggestions.
And then I have, Councilmember Park.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think some of the questions have already been asked. I do have questions about the right-of-way and if we can put, what we can put in a right-of-way. I also note, as Councilmember Chahal noted, that it's been a long time going to Planning Commission. It's been almost 2 years. I see a little bit, actually I see quite a bit of back and forth. I'd like to know what caused the back and forth. It would seem that the decisions that, when the changes suggested by Planning Commission would not have necessitated this many meetings with Planning Commission. I noted that when we met, that the existence of a cell tower near a home must be included in this disclosure packet upon the sale of a property. I'd like to know why this is and what's the purpose of that. I also did have a question when staff said found significant increases in property values after construction. I'd like to know that clarification, but Councilmember Jain already asked for that. I noted that facility placement in a residential or mixed-use environment would necessitate a 300-foot separation, and the only reason that that isn't being required is because this is public, quasi-public, but I'd like to know the reason for the 300-foot separation for mixed-use and residential. Doesn't seem, if it's, something for the design, but if it's something for residents or people, I'd like to know that. There was a note that there's a requirement in the city for any property adjacent to a historic site to be reviewed by HLC. This didn't go in front of HLC. I'd like to know why this is. I believe that the Pomeroy Green area is up for, I think it did achieve historic significance. Yeah, I'll wait for the other presentations. Thank you.
The only question I have is, as one of the authors of Measure R, there was a lot of work that our Parks and Recreation Department did to look into the 7 sites on Central Park, but knowing that it could potentially violate Measure R, why did we do all that work, knowing offhand that it was going to be a change of use? That's my question.
Sure. Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. If that's all the questions. First, I'd like to turn it over to the City Attorney to address the Measure R questions. Also, with regard to Councilmember Cox's question about coverage map and footprint of connectivity, the applicant is here tonight and I know has a presentation, and so we'll push that question to the applicant. And so let's have the city attorney, and then we'll turn it over to our director for the balance of the questions.
Thanks, City Manager, and responsive to the Measure R question, Mayor, can't speak to why as much analysis was done, in light of Measure R. I will say that I agree that the terms of Measure R are very broad, and this project potentially could run afoul, of Measure R to the extent it actually converted park property to some alternative use. There is potentially some interpretations or applications of Measure R such that ancillary, uses like this could be consistent with Measure R. We just didn't do the analysis on that, with respect to this. So while I would say that a proposal like this implicates Measure R and that it would need to be analyzed and it potentially could require a vote, our office didn't do a full-blown, final analysis on how projects like this might either qualify or not qualify for the required amendments. I will say that there could be a distinction between, assuming Measure R applied, and it might, for the disposition of park property for this type of facility, there would be nonetheless a distinction between, to the point of right-of-way, between actual parkland property and adjacent right-of-way property. Measure R talks about assets and the number of acres, that are assigned, and listed on an index, and those cannot be used. But to the extent there are right-of-ways, and again, we didn't conduct the specific analysis on this project, to the extent something might be placed on the edge of a park and not actually on park property itself, it could potentially not even have a Measure R, analysis, and Measure R might not apply. So I'm not sure what all happened at the lower levels and why they looked at it and why they didn't, but I didn't want you to think that we reached a definitive conclusion that Measure R would absolutely require a vote for this project. I think more generally the conclusion was that the park property wasn't suitable, for that use, and the preference would be not to have this type of facility at or near, the Central Park property or any other park property. Yeah. Is that good?
I think that's good. I'm going to say one more thing and convert a little bit of what you said to layman's terms, and say, with regard to placing a telecommunications tower in a park, I think you can think of it as maybe not this facility, but is there a facility that could be placed, for example, on a hillside in a park that's not on the usable park space, and is that a violation of Measure R? That's a little bit of what the city attorney is talking about, and I can tell you from my experience in other cities, there are many cities that have telecommunications poles in city parks for revenue to the Park and Rec Department and things like that. Not the case here, and certainly Measure R would require further analysis. But again, separate from the facility we're talking about here. With that, I can turn it over to the director.
Thank you. Okay, so I will go through all of your questions one by one and start to prepare a response with the assistance of Xander and Leslie. Okay. So first, Councilmember Jane, the question was that there is a Silicon Valley report that was prepared in regards to whether the property values are increased. That's what this report states. This report was prepared by the applicant in response to the real estate values, and I would ask that the applicant respond to this question. In regards to the classic code, there is currently, in the classic code, there was no requirement for a setback, but there is a setback requirement now in the new code, and what I was trying to clarify is if the monopoles, the 3 monopoles, were to come in with the new code, they would meet the setback requirements. because they're meeting that 1-foot setback versus 1-foot height requirement. The third question was, why is this not located on the Santa Clara High School campus? And the response is that the applicant did approach Santa Clara High School. The school district has a policy to not allow wireless communication facilities on their campuses. Councilmember Hardy, your question was regarding Measure R. I believe our city attorney has already responded to that. Councilmember Chahal, your first question is confirming that staff rejected the initial application based on aesthetics. Yes. Initially, when the application first came in, they were proposing monopoles. Staff was concerned about the impacts of the aesthetics on the neighborhood, and staff instead said to look at an alternative, which is why they came in then with a monotree instead. The second question was that it was deemed complete in December of 2023, but it didn't go to Planning Commission until August 2024, which is almost like 8 months. Why did it take so long? So the response is, at that time, the applicant was negotiating with the property owner, which is the church, on the location as well as the aesthetics of what they could do. The third question is the battery backup. What is the capacity of the backup? And 15 feet from the public right-of-way, is there adequate safety for that? The applicant is here tonight, and they are best suited to respond to that question. So I will make a note of that. Then there was another question regarding Measure R, and in regards to the right-of-way of the park under whether it can be located inside the park or along the public right-of-way. And I do want to state the response here. On public right-of-way question, Measure R applies to any property that is listed in Appendix 8.8 of the general plan. The list does not distinguish between parkland and rights-of-way. Instead, it simply lists the total acreage of each park. So Central Park is listed as the full 52 acres. So therefore, even the public right-of-way would be included in this Measure R. The fifth question was location 7, just jump to that, was not feasible because of an elementary school. And the question was, well, why were the same standards not applied to the high school? It is, again, the school district's policy for whether they allow a wireless communications facility or not. The school district is a separate entity, and so the school district determines that. So the same rules did apply to the elementary school as well as the high school. They are not, the proposal is not located on the property, was not proposed on the property of the high school. Did that clarify that question?
Even the location 7 was not on property of the school, but we still said we refused because it is close to the school, and that's what I'm saying. Even though the 3 monopoles we are putting on the church property, they're not on the school property, but they're very close to the school. Why we are taking 2 different interpretations? In one case, we are saying we did not look at this location because it was close to school, whereas on the other, we are not even talking about that. That was my question.
Oh, I think number 7, as well as Santa Clara High School, were not considered because they both fall under the school district. Maybe I'm not understanding that question, and we can come back to that.
Is number 7 Central Park School? I can't read that map.
Yeah.
Is that Central Park School? No?
Let us confirm the location of number 7
Okay.
and why
It's
it
in
was not
Central Park.
considered. Looks like,
Oh, but it's the park. It's in the park.
we'll confirm the location and while we're discussing, confirm why it was not considered.
Is Central Park?
Yeah, so
I can't see
School, it is under the school district, and it's a private,
Oh,
yeah.
St. Justin's.
yeah. So,
Correct. The school does not want that location.
so sure. Let me interject here. Alternative locations were looked at, right? It is not the city's decision on where the pole goes. So, for example, with location 7, there were objections raised by the neighboring school. Thus, the applicant did not determine that that was a site that they would like to proceed with. And so there are no, you're correct, there are no ordinances that would prevent that site from being considered. It's simply that that is a location near a school. The school next to it had some potential concerns, and so the applicant said, no, this is not an alternative site that we're willing to consider. Right. It's the applicant that determines the site that they apply for. Through the process and the questions, there was a process to look at various alternative sites. None of those sites revealed themselves to be sites that the applicant desired to change their application to be the location of, specifically with regard to the vast majority of sites that are shown in the slide above on Central Park. We discussed the Measure R implications with that.
Yeah, Measure R, I understand. I was talking about the different interpretation of location, basically. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cox, your first question was regarding the coverage gap and connectivity and what is the range of relocation. So the applicant is here tonight, and they will cover that in more detail. And then your second question was the mono tree removed based on aesthetics? Staff actually proposed the mono tree initially because staff felt that the mono tree would have better context and would be surrounded by other trees on the church, and so it would blend in better. The applicant, yes, was okay with the mono tree. The Planning Commission instead wanted the 3 monopoles because they felt that the 3 monopoles would be further away from the residential neighborhood, 49 to 51 feet away from the property line where the residential neighborhood is. So yes, that result became because of the Planning Commission direction. The applicant is here, and then we can ask.
Be able to ask the applicant questions for the council members to know that, yeah.
And Councilmember Parks, your question was regarding the right-of-way. I think that we have responded to that question already. Your second question was, why was there so much back and forth, and why were there so many meetings? Initially, when the application was submitted, the applicant took additional time because they were working with the church property owner. So between the time that the application was deemed complete and when they went to Planning Commission, that period of I believe 8 months, was because the AT&T was working with the Planning Commission. When the application first came to Planning Commission in August, there were concerns raised by the neighborhood, and that was about the diesel generator being too close to the residential neighborhood. And then there was some additional concerns raised by the neighborhood. So the applicant actually went back, and the applicant went and worked on the diesel generator, and then came back after two planning commission meetings and proposed a much quieter option, which was the battery backup. So that's why it took so many, why the length of time took so long. And then in addition, when the Planning Commission reviewed it, Planning Commission did not support the monotree that staff had recommended. The Planning Commission wanted the 3 monopoles. So then the applicant went back a third time and came back with the monopoles. And then the question regarding Central Park also came up. And this is, again, to respond to the community's suggestions about why Central Park was not considered. So again, the applicant worked through a number of alternatives. The applicant looked at numerous designs and then came back with the final design, which was then approved in January 15th of 2025. In regards to the disclosure, I believe that's in the real estate documents. I wasn't clear on that question. Could you please repeat that?
Yes, so my understanding is that, hold on, let me get that the existence of a cell tower near a home must be included in the disclosure packet upon the sale of a property. I want to know why that is there.
I believe the city attorney would like to respond to this. Oh, sorry, maybe I misread the cues here.
No, but
Sorry.
I might suggest, though, that that's an argument presented by the appellant, so it might be good for the appellant to address that and have that be part of that question and answer period.
Okay, thank you. And regarding the increase in property values, I think we've already covered this. We can again ask the applicant this question.
Can I ask you, we talked about the applicant, there's the applicant and the appellant. So are we going to hear from both today, the applicant and the appellant?
Yes.
Okay. Very good.
Then there was question number 5 regarding a 300-foot separation for mixed-use residential versus public, quasi-public. This was done in the new zoning code. The new zoning code requires a 300-foot separation, and public, quasi-public, which is considered, again, churches, schools, city halls, requires that separation of 1 foot for 1 foot height. I don't know why. Again, this is something that we can probably take a look at a future update if it comes again, or if that's the direction that council provides. Number 6, the Pomeroy Green is of historic significance. Again, it is not on the historic resources inventory. So because Pomeroy Green is not on the city's historic resources inventory, that is why the project was not referred. And then, Mayor Gilmore, your question was regarding Measure R, and I believe the city attorney has already addressed that issue. And if that is it, or are there any additional questions?
I don't see any, so thank you. So now we will go to the appellant, Mr. Vivek Raja. I apologize if I said that wrong. Who has up to 10 minutes to give your presentation. Welcome.
City Council, would you consider giving us 3 more additional minutes? Because we have a lot of slides. We really appreciate that.
We can only limit it to 10 minutes because the applicant has 10 minutes. We have to stick with our program. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Presentation.
Just a minute, they're going to get your PowerPoint up in just a moment.
Yeah, while they bring it up, respected City Council and Mayor and fellow residents, I'm Vignesh and I represent the AT&T Tower relocation group. And we are a group of residents surrounding this site who are wanting to relocate this tower. We are not opposed to this tower. I'm a long-time AT&T customer. And we have around 58 residents who signed physical petitions, another 54 who signed the change.org online petition. So we have more than 100 residents supporting this. Next slide, please. I used that? Okay. Okay. So to give you a background, the 3 dots you see there is basically the 3 monopole design which is being proposed. It is around multiple single-family homes in Humboldt Avenue, Moraga, and the multifamily, the townhomes in Pomeroy Green in the left. We like to highlight that the classrooms of Santa Clara High are within 300 feet of these cell towers, and there is a daycare for preschool called Shining Star within 300 feet vicinity as well. If you zoom out of the map, you can see this is a highly residential area, very few commercial complexes. And we would like to highlight that many cities in Santa Clara, in California, this is not an exhaustive list, need at least a 500-foot setback requirements of cell towers from homes, Los Altos, Fremont, and so on. Here we have links to actual ordinances from some of these cities, which if you click that, you can go and see those ordinances which call, some of them, Calabasas, for example, need a 1,000-foot setback requirement from homes and schools. And here you have a snapshot from the city of Petaluma. And if you look at the F bullet, which is highlighted, it says that small cell sites must be within 500-foot from residences, and D, which says, the point D, which says small cell towers within themselves should be at least 1,500 feet away from each other. Please note, small cell sites have much lesser radiant frequency, so they have a much more stricter requirement than the larger cell site in the church property. The same property has multiple towers from Verizon and T-Mobile. At the roof of the church, there are 21 antennas. We would like the city to consider the health effects of the cumulative effects of all these towers. And also, we'd like to point out that we have enough coverage from these 2 providers to cover for any emergency services and alternative options. So we don't have to rush to a decision now, and AT&T, we can take time to find an alternative site. So a background, based on our interpretation, the city has the right to reject this based on many reasons, and aesthetics is a very strong reason, and city just has to make a decision. It can be a reject, right? And we oppose for the following broad reasons, which we will delve into going forward, but we think bad aesthetics alone is a single reason for which the city council can reject this, and it's strong enough on FCC grounds. Considering this is a council of voted officials, we would appreciate if you can consider the ethical and moral reasons and consider the health effects and impact to Santa Clara High School students. So dwelling down on the bad aesthetics part, as you can see, the orange oval circle there kind of represents the backyard of my neighbors. And this is clearly makes the area look industrial. And what we have here are basically the simulations from AT&T on the proposed 3-tower design. I'd also like to question where it was discussed that the initial monopole design was rejected, but what makes this 3 monopole look any better and not aesthetically bad? The same standard should apply here as well. Another view from the backside. So basically, we want to highlight that aesthetics alone is a strong enough reason to reject this. And the other reasons we're going to talk about is just going to add additional things on top of this. We also believe there'll be a significant decrease in property values. There you see multiple links from a reputed National Association of Realtor reports, which has multiple peer-reviewed articles, which shows that there'll be significant property value decrease up to 20% for houses within the range of cell phone towers. Here we have like a screenshot of a seller disclosure packet. And you see the yellow highlight there, which clearly calls out that cell towers have to be disclosed. And we speculate that this is because it makes it less desirable for buyers to buy this. And if I were a buyer, this would be a pure deterrent for me, which will cause property values to go down. The residents, we did a conservative math to kind of show what will be the property value loss for residents based on some statistics and considering a few homes using the 300-foot setback requirement. We calculate that it will be a roughly $8 million financial loss for the residents. It will also be a loss for the city because it will tend to lose future property tax revenue when the homes are sold. And all this comes at the gain for AT&T and Church. So who will compensate the residents? About the joint venture Silicon Valley study submitted by AT&T, this is not peer-reviewed. It's by a private organization. The financial relationship between AT&T, a cell phone tower company, and them is unknown. And Verizon was cited as one of the data sources in this report. All we're asking is residents must be given the benefit of the doubt, not AT&T. And this is about the city code violation. We have one bullet which shows that a 300-foot requirement is required from residences. And we discussed about this so far. And all we ask is the common sense interpretation of this, bureaucracy aside, legalities aside. It's clear there's a reason there's a 300-foot requirement, and we want this to be enforced here. And it's clear that there are many houses within 60 feet in this project. Health concerns, there's a growing body of evidence. I know this cannot be considered as a part of FCC requirements, but a lot of peer-reviewed scientific organizations talk about, like WHO, about radio frequency being a possible human carcinogen. We have links from multiple peer-reviewed articles which discuss in detail about this. We like to highlight that asbestos and DDT, et cetera, were once believed to have no impact on health, but things do change. And here's a snapshot of a recent news article where a school in Ripon had to decommission cell phone sites, and this is from Sprint, because of cancer clusters in school students around it. So the city has to weigh in if it wants to expose residents and Santa Clara High School students to these risks, especially when there are many alternative sites which have not been fully vetted yet. I'll skip this. I'd like to highlight that among the alternative sites, we strongly believe where there is will, there's a way. And we believe that AT&T has not done has not fully exhausted all these sites around this particular neighborhood. One of the planning commissioners said AT&T is late to the game, so let's review this properly and please do not punish the residents. One of the residents in this area will talk in detail about alternative sites, and here is a graphic of a few of the sites which were not considered so far. I'll skip this. We would like to share email communication between the residents and high school. In the earlier talk, it was told that the high school did not want cell towers to be in its campus. I don't think this is true. Based on our conversation, or based on our email exchanges with Mr. Andrew Retterman and the school board of trusts, we basically presented this opportunity to them last week, and they came back with a set of questions and also provided us with links on how to get this process initiated through school board approval, right? And this clearly shows that there is a path and there is a proper channel to go and pursue this. AT&T and city should explore this and try to locate it in a region away from classrooms and homes, and there are several possible locations in the high school where this is feasible. Again, we were previously told that AT&T couldn't talk to Central Park. The residents reached out to the Central Park director. We had a meeting with Mr. Damon Sparciano, and we identified several locations. Again, this just shows where there's a will and where there's genuineness, we can go and find a way to find an alternative. I don't think this was done so far. So to summarize, this is the humble request of the residents to the respected city council. We request a 7-0 vote to relocate the towers and recommend AT&T to find an alternative location and reject the church site. We believe the viable alternatives haven't been exhausted, and the church site is just something of AT&T's convenience, and that's the reason it's being pursued. We are counting on you. Please fix the loopholes in city code which kind of permit this, and we believe bad aesthetics alone is a single reason to reject this. I'd like to conclude by pointing out to a couple of news snapshots. Recently, the city of Walla Walla and Washington, the city sided with residents to beat back AT&T's plan to build cell phone towers near homes and schools. They got immense praise and a lot of social media coverage. The bottom article also shares multiple such instances where the city has sided with the residents and fought back cell tower companies on locating some cell phone towers close to their homes. We really hope Santa Clara City Council would side with the residents here and help us in this effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the presentation. Let me ask now, the council members have questions of the appellant. Does anybody have questions? Okay, seeing none, we will now go to the applicant. And that is here. Yes, sir, please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. I believe my presentation is just coming up here.
Are we going to see the presentation, I hope?
It's showing on Zoom, but there we go.
Okay, there it is. Very good. Okay, when you're ready.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Steve Pro. I am with Complete Wireless Consulting, and I'm here representing AT&T on behalf of this project. Here with me today via Zoom is Eric Cornejo. He is an AT&T radio frequency engineer and is available to answer any questions in depth regarding radio frequency. With the director giving a detailed explanation of our timeline, I'm going to skip over this for the sake of time to pay attention to our 10-minute timeline here and get right into why we are here today. AT&T is asking this evening for City Council to uphold Planning Commissioner's approval, PLN 23-00148, as a 3 light pole design at the eastern side of the parking lot for a new AT&T facility. This project entails of removing 2 existing light pole fixtures located at the east end of the church parking lot and replacing them with 3 new light pole fixtures equipped with AT&T equipment situated above the lights. Skipping ahead to communication, we can go back to photo simulations later, but I do think it's important to talk about our coverage as it has been brought up in questions here. AT&T is committed to enhancing wireless communications in Santa Clara, particularly in the area between El Camino and Homestead, which currently suffers from poor wireless coverage. To address this issue, an antenna facility must be placed where it can effectively broadcast radio frequencies to fill the coverage gap. The radio frequency engineer must consider the site's coverage goals with the area's surroundings. Typically, radio frequency signals travel in straight lines and weaken over distance, making it ideal to place the antenna near the center of the desired coverage area. However, key factors like electrical interference and buildings do play a role, and this sometimes makes it for the site to be positioned outside of the center. This proposed facility will significantly improve AT&T coverage and ensure that all users with cell phones can access emergency services via their cell phones. Additionally, this site is going to help offload the neighboring AT&T facilities. That's what you see on the map and the green dots, or the dots with the green surroundings. Furthermore, this site will be part of FirstNet, a public-private partnership between the federal government and AT&T. FirstNet provides public safety agencies and advanced communication tools, enabling them to save lives, solve crimes, and maintain community safety. Key features of FirstNet include enhanced coverage, capacity, connectivity, cybersecurity, and resiliency. With exclusive agreement with the government, AT&T does play a crucial role in supporting our first responders, especially in areas with limited coverage, such as Santa Clara High School. The slide that go back. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Oh. How do I go back?
I'm getting dizzy.
There's the back button. Okay.
All right.
Sorry about that. Yeah, so this is the before coverage. This is what it will look like once this facility is activated. Please note that most of the purple area is now filled with green. You can see the red dot of where our location is. Alternative locations, so let's get into this. Santa Clara High School, you can see the red ring. This is our search ring area. Ideally, we want to be in the middle. We did go to Santa Clara High School, and it was expressed to us, disinterest, that none of the schools allow wireless telecommunications on their properties. We went next to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The church expressed disinterest, so the project did not continue. We then went to a rooftop co-location at 2898 Homestead. The landowner did not want another carrier at his facility. We went to the shopping center at 830 Cali Boulevard. When we found out that the rooftop at the church could not structurally hold our equipment, we went to this alternative candidate. He signed on. However, 8 months later, he rescinded his interest. So that candidate is no longer available. We went next door to the PG&E substation behind the shopping center. We received no reply after multiple communication attempts. And of course, we highly went over Central Park. This map here, I outlined in red the entirety of Central Park. The blue square that you see is where the field is, the baseball field. And you can see that most of the park is adequately covered on there. The only area that could potentially put a wireless facility is on the lower end where you see the purple, or the blue with purple and the yellow over there. And that's going into the public right-of-way. Again, as mentioned, we did meet with Central Park. I met with David Sparacino, Director of Parks and Rec, and we concluded that due to the park's high infrastructure that they have between the new playground and the vet center, placing a wireless facility would cause extreme undue disruption. One point to really keep in mind is that choosing a location, we need a landlord to agree. On top of that, we need to power this. So we need fiber, we need utilities. So we go, that's what we need for here. Central Park, as I mentioned, is adequately covered. Placing antennas in the public right-of-way was mentioned. This would not resolve the coverage gap or the capacity issues that this area of Santa Clara is experiencing. These types of designs are really for small cell facilities. They have one antenna on top of a light pole. This location has 9 antennas. So in short, we need more antennas to fill the coverage gap. We did go to the park. I outlined it there. It is adequately covered by a site off of El Camino. That's the Walgreens. It's located on the rooftop there. And the red dot is our location. We did go to the suggestion of the shopping center. Due to the parcel, we would not meet the setbacks for our lease equipment. Removing parking spaces for this type of parcel would be considered too invasive, and therefore not a viable option. And lastly, we don't place antennas in creeks. We try to stay away from the water and flood zones. Because there's no viable, because there's no viable co-locations or alternative locations for a new wireless facility that is both capable of filling the coverage gap, allowed under Santa Clara City zoning, and has a willing property owner, this location at 3111 Benton is the least intrusive means to fill this coverage gap. We did hire EBI Consulting. They did provide a cumulative radio frequency study, including the 3 existing carriers on the roof. It showed that 36.24% is the with the levels of radio frequency, and that is well below the FCC limits. The real estate report. We did enlist David Rakowski, engineer and president of Oku Solutions. He did collaborate with Joint Venture of Silicon Valley, a nonprofit organization that offers data and analysis on matters impacting Silicon Valley economy and quality of life. This organization brings together established and emerging leaders from businesses, governments, academia, labor, and the broader community to identify issues and work collaboratively towards innovative solutions. The two reports provided shows on property values and on real estate. The findings did conclude that in the San Jose metro area, wireless facilities had no negative impact on residential property values. And lastly, the information provided is by professional leaders in their own respected fields. We do ask that AT&T respectfully, or we do ask the council to respectfully approve the Planning Commissioner's approval, ensuring this area of Santa Clara receives optimal coverage and enhanced emergency services for FirstNet. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Wow, down to the second. Okay. Whew, take a breath. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions from the City Council for the applicant? Seeing none. No questions. Thank you very much. So now,
may I address a couple questions that were answered by the director that she couldn't answer that I can answer?
let me have you sit down for a moment, and we'll have the director come back. I think that's next.
Regular public testimony now, Mayor.
Okay, and then we'll go there, and then we'll call you back up, or the appellant, if there's other questions. So now, let's see, is public testimony. We'll move to the general public testimony. Each member of the public has up to 2 minutes to speak, and you certainly don't need to take your whole 2 minutes if you're repeating, but up to 2 minutes to speak. And I think we have the public here ready, so just start from the top. Some may be here in the audience and some may be online. So Dino is first, followed by Ken Kratz, followed by Lee Benton. So I'm going to call 3 at a time. So is Dino online or, oh, Dino, please come forward. And then is Ken here? Please, if you wouldn't mind queuing up so we can move along. And then Lee after that. Dino, welcome when you're ready.
Thank you. So first, I find it interesting that school districts don't allow the cell phone towers on their premises, maybe because they fear health concerns for their students and the potential lawsuits behind them, because I know they will welcome the revenue. I'm a longtime renter of their facilities, and they take my money every year. My name is Dino Plancarte, and I've been a resident at 3120 Humboldt Avenue for over 20 years. These towers are right behind my house. And I am concerned because I've had great relationship with my neighbors. I do not wish anyone any will harm, but these concern me. So I have raised 5 nephews and nieces in the Santa Clara School District. I have 3 of my own kids here as well. And I really am concerned for our health. So my priority is for them and their well-being, and so I strongly oppose this project. Despite the studies that AT&T has provided, I think that there will be harm to our health and our real estate value. So the constant bombardment of these cell phone tower waves to my family, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, over an extended period of time concerns me. So I do not want my family to be the potential example of future studies that shares negative side effects of living next to cell phone towers 365 days a year. I've been a volunteer for the Santa Clara Youth for over 20 years and counting. I have coached baseball, basketball, football, and softball with my wife. And we've been longtime renters of Santa Clara School District for over 20 years, which has approached $1 million. So we have We invest in Santa Clara. We help over 300 kids a year. We've never asked for any help from anyone, but I'm here to ask your help to take care of my family. And I ask you to put yourselves in my shoes. Would you like to be next to these towers in your backyard? Yeah, I had more to share, but
Thank you
ran out
very
of time.
much. Next, we have Ken, followed by Lee, followed by Sherry.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
Ken will have 4 minutes. He has time donated to him.
Who is donating his time?
Rita Canales Rossi.
Pardon me, who?
Rita Canales Rossi.
Okay, so you've removed her from the list? Okay, Ken, you have 4 minutes when you're ready.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Yeah, Rita, thank you for the time. My name is Ken Kratz, and I'm a member of the AT&T Tower Relocation Group. I want to clear a couple things up right away. Staff is incorrect. I did not receive the December notice. I'm a resident of Pomeroy Green, and the fact that I did not get a notice, I was on the board of directors at the time, it would have been very nice. Not only should I have received it, but the board of directors of Pomeroy Green should have received it as well. We are contiguous. Pomeroy Green touches the property of the church, and we have common grounds that are not owned by the shareholders. They are owned by the corporation. We were not notified, so the board did not see this, and I did not see it as a shareholder and also a board member. So I want to get that cleared. I didn't get the notice that the planner mentioned. I did get the one for this meeting. So, whoops, sorry. We need to look at that Measure R. I'd like to see that right away, that the planners say is included in the park. I'd like to see that. I'm not so sure about that. So anyway, I think the proposed tower location of the church site has many problems, particularly that it is ugly, looks industrial, and is not compatible with the residential character of the neighborhood. I want to describe some alternative locations for the tower that our group has researched that are more compatible with the neighborhood, that should be explored thoroughly by AT&T. The group will work with Mr. Prue and the AT&T representative, if desired, to explore these alternatives. The alternative locations are in or near the red circle that indicates the area that AT&T would like to locate the tower, where the signal coverage is greatest. Location 1 is the Kylie Plaza. That location is at least 225 feet to the nearest residence and at least 600 feet to the nearest classroom. The tower should be put behind the strip mall, not in the parking lot. That would make it even less obtrusive. That wasn't checked. Mr. Prue didn't look into that. Santa Clara High School, east side of campus, east of the football field, near the bleachers. We need the Santa Clara Board of Trustees to look at this. We have, at Wilcox, there is a cell antenna in the city right-of-way in front of Wilcox. So there's some confusion here. Is it a threat to the health, aesthetics, or what for students? At that location is 250 feet nearest residence and 550 feet to the nearest classroom. Eric's Deli Cafe at 830 Kylie Boulevard, northwest corner of the property near Saratoga Creek. It's at least 210 feet to the nearest residence and at least 250 feet to the nearest classroom. Central Park, the frontage along Kylie Boulevard in the city right-of-way, it's at least 200 feet from the nearest residence and 250 feet to the nearest classroom. And it's 400 feet to the Magical Bridge Playground, located at the south of the CRC. Central Park behind the backstop, the baseball field. Why doesn't AT&T move the cell phone tower that's over on Homestead and bring it over to the park to fill in the coverage, put the tower up higher like Mr. Crutchlow mentioned during the Planning Commission meeting, and that would benefit the church that's over on Homestead. It would remove the tower from the nearby classrooms. They're literally almost under the tower. Saratoga Creek, that should be looked at. Plenty of utility poles, and Central Park, there's not exhausted. And Carmichael, there's lots of room if you put it right in the middle of the park. It's over 300 feet to the homes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. And just for your information and others, Measure R changed the charter, so it's in the city charter, section 714.1. Thank you. Now we have, is this Lee?
Lee Benton.
Lee, thank you very much, Lee, followed by Sherry, followed by Alexandra.
Yes, I do.
When you're ready, thank you.
I'd just like to point out two things. It is a safety issue, I believe, but it's also very much as an aesthetic. When you come down Benton, both sides, it looks nice the way it is. You don't see an industrial-looking bunch of antennas around. It is aesthetics. So what's going to happen when AT&T gets their antenna? Verizon's on that same roof and another carrier. So are we going to make more places where they can put it? Why don't, and this was mentioned by the council at one time, why can't we get together as a group, mainly Santa Clara building, and figure out a good central location for all of our carriers to piggyback off of one? And this has been discussed once and then dropped. And I'm just afraid after AT&T gets their way, Verizon, Sprint, and the other ones are going to have their part because AT&T got their part. Where do we stop it? We need to think about it a little bit and go for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Next, we have Sherry, followed by Alexandra, followed by Sudha. Welcome, Sherry.
Hi, my neighbor Ling has decided to donate her time to me in case I need.
City Clerk.
If I may get a restart on my time, please.
Give her a moment. If anyone else is going to do this, can you let our clerks know ahead of time so they can be prepared? Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. So, dear honorable city council members, my name is Sherry Shin. I'm a longtime Santa Clara resident and a real estate professional of nearly 30 years and a member of the National Association of Realtors, which is the nation's largest trade organization. Although I'm not a licensed appraiser, I am a licensed real estate broker, and as such, I have the ability to provide broker price opinions, or BPOs. It is my professional opinion that due to a buyer's perceived health hazards from a 5G cell tower emitting radiation 24/7 continuously in the immediate vicinity of residences, and a possible breakout of a fire, especially since there would be a heavy concentration of lithium batteries, and possible fall radiuses in the event of a cell tower that is tall, that due to the above, the homes in the immediate vicinity would be negatively impacted in property values. So isn't this why many municipalities, including Santa Clara, have a minimum of 300 to 500 foot setback, and in some cases, 1,500 foot setback from requirements from residential properties? Although this project may be grandfathered in, this is more of a technicality and circumvents the purpose of why we even have a 300-foot setback in the first place. And lastly, asbestos and lead were once thought to be safe and were heavily used in the construction of residential homes. It was banned in 1978. And now we know that there are causes for health concerns and cancers. So all of us in this neighborhood are well aware that radiation of some sort exists all around us at all times, and we are not asking you to ban 5G altogether in the city of Santa Clara, but to at least install it in an area that is commercial and not heavily residential. Please vote no to any cell tower installation at the Santa Clara Baptist Church on any part of their property. And one additional thing I'd like to add, there was a question from the city council members as well regarding the report put out by the joint venture Silicon Valley. That is a nonprofit organization that heavily gears towards the proliferation of telecommunications, and as such, being a nonprofit organization, many times that they receive funding from telecommunications. So that I feel that that's a biased report. The National Association of Realtors has peer-reviewed studies and extensive studies in the decrease of values. If it's 300, 500, 1,500 feet away, it doesn't really impact it. But when it's right there, 50 foot, 60 foot, right there in the immediate vicinity and the visibility, it does definitely impact it in my own personal experience, as well as those of my colleagues, and in peer-reviewed reports. So I respectfully ask you to please move it elsewhere. AT&T can offer a little bit more. They have deep pockets, offer more in rent. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. No, thank you. Alexandra, followed by Sudha, followed by Yongli. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm speaking on behalf of my parents, Nick and Retha Rossi. I'm here to support the appeal and ask you to consider our petition to relocate the proposed AT&T tower at the Santa Clara Baptist Church to a compatible location. First, we do not need any more cell phone towers. The Santa Clara Baptist Church already has towers on their property, such as 9 Verizon and 12 T-Mobile towers. We already have good cell phone reception. In addition, the AT&T towers will make our residential area look industrial and unattractive, which will decrease the property value. There are many alternative locations for the tower that would be compatible with the neighborhood. For example, placing the tower in our city parks. The city of Cupertino has located a cell phone tower in Memorial Park. Finally, we ask you council members to hear and evaluate our petition as if you were residents in our position. We also ask you to prioritize finding solutions that are in the best interests of Santa Clara residents, rather than the business interests of AT&T and the Santa Clara Baptist Church. Santa Clara residents are not responsible for assisting AT&T and the Baptist Church in meeting their business interests or objectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Sudha, please. Welcome.
Dear honorable council members, my name is Sudha. We are the residents and the property owners in the immediate vicinity are the taxpayers. In property taxes alone, the average property pays anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000 or more in property taxes annually. The church is a 3 acres plus property exempt from paying property taxes, which since its acquisition in the 1980s. The taxes would have amounted to at least $7 million, conservatively speaking, that had there been houses there. It is unfair that we, the taxpayers, should shoulder the burden on any potential losses to our property values due to AT&T's installation in the immediate vicinity of houses. We respectfully ask you to deny AT&T's proposal to install at the church and move somewhere else to a more commercial area away from houses. Thank you.
Thank you, Sudha. Next, we have Yongli, followed by Linda's iPhone. Excuse me.
My name is Yongli Wen, the immediate neighbor of the church, Liu Yin Humble Avenue. I still want to say the location is too close to my house, to the residential area. Imagine someday when I sell my house, I think I have to, to tell the potential buyer, this is the cell tower, because my house is right under the, the cell tower, right? I have to say. I think people won't buy my house at, some fair market price. Right? But still, need your help to, move the cell tower to Central Park or some other locations, because the church is not like a shopping mall, like some plaza, because it's right next to my house, right? It's not, if we move some Central Park, I think it should be away from the residential house. That's really makes sense, right? Not because we share, my house share the same fence with the church. Right? Cell tower, my house is right under the cell tower. Right? So you can imagine. So for the whole year, every day, So I can look at this cell tower. I don't think I feel comfortable. Thank you.
The mayor asked me to step in if her cough got too bad, so, oh, she is coming back. No problem.
No.
I'm sorry, everyone. I did hear you. I'm sorry. Diane Harrison? Diane?
We haven't done Linda yet.
What's that?
It's Linda.
Oh, Linda still? Linda. Go ahead, Linda.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I used to work at Stanford and I could not reach my kids because the neighbors had rejected any cell phones in the area, cell phone towers. So I could not reach my kids. And that caused a lot of anxiety for me. The other part is how many people who are rejecting the cell towers are not wearing a cell phone on their body. If they are really concerned about radiation, they should not have cell phones at all, neither they nor their kids. The other thing is if they are rejecting because of radiation, what about all of the power lines and the electricity that goes into their walls? So I think that it's mostly we don't want anything new rather than a real problem. I would like to see more cell coverage so that I don't have black holes when I want to reach people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda. Next, we have Diane. Go ahead, Diane.
Hi, I'm Diane Harrison and a member of the AT&T Tower Relocation Group, and also we have no cell phones. The city is a reasonably neutral arbiter as it only receives cell tower rent if the tower is located on non-school public property. The church is motivated by the additional rent it would receive from AT&T on top of what it is already receiving from other cell tower companies. AT&T is motivated by not wanting to spend any more time, and time equals money, working on getting approval for this cell tower. Also, in a different location, they might have to abide by the city's 2024 cell tower policy. Not an unreasonable ask, since before the policy passed, there were no rules at all, just a cell tower Wild West. I'm not sure what motivates the planning department, but over the years, I have seen them side with business over residents time and time again. The neighboring residents and voters are motivated by wanting a nice place to live. We don't want to see ugly cell towers right outside our windows. And in spite of the meeting packet claiming otherwise, we are further concerned about lowered property values and health impacts. So is the city council going to side with the residents and voters who put them in office, or on the side of the profits of a huge corporation and an entity that pays little to no property tax? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. So that's it for the speakers. Unless there's anyone here who hasn't spoken that would like to speak, please come forward. Anyone? All right. So now, at this time, the applicant, Complete Wireless, has the opportunity to make a rebuttal, and you have up to 5 minutes. And that will be followed by the appellant. All right.
If I could have my presentation back up, please. How do I, there we go. Well, maybe I could just, I'm frozen. Looks like I'm moving just up on the chain as if I'm editing. We can leave it there. That's what I was going for.
Okay.
All right, thank you. I am going to do my best to address everyone's concerns. So let's see here. We're talking about distance. Again, we went through what's Santa Clara zoning laws. I would like to just kind of note that Los Altos was sued by T-Mobile because of a 500-foot radius prevention that they had. And long story short, the case ended up being moot because they just ended up changing their policy and spent over $1 million in taxpayer resources. So I don't advise to go further away. I would just keep your current thing that you guys did at 300. The light poles, again, it was chosen because it was less intrusive. Many members of the public did not like the monopole tree. Again, that was recommended by the city of Santa Clara. We first went as a light pole design. Once the candidate did not, Kylie, backed out, we went as the light pole design. They said they wanted a single structure, so we proposed a tree. And that seemed to be a little bit more intrusive to the neighbors as there was a second lease area and it was closer to their property lines, such as fall concerns were raised and what have you. As far as fire concerns goes, these sites are continuously monitored by AT&T. They don't typically catch on fire. They don't fall down. If cell phone sites fell down, we would hear it in the news a lot more often. Again, a lot of it was mentioned on health. And again, as we know, the FCC prevents that from happening. But I do think there is some miscommunication about 5G. This site will have 5G. 3 of the 9 antennas will be 5G equipped. They are going to be on a low and mid-range level, 5G millimeter, which is what you usually hear, that has all the aliens and what have you, hoo-ha. That's at a higher frequency level, and this is not where this site is at. Again, I do have Eric Cornejo, AT&T radio frequency engineer, who could address more questions to that if the council has any. Property value. Again, we provided this report. Everybody was provided in October, December, January, and in today's packet as well. This is Silicon Valley. Home prices are raising. It's an opinion if you don't want to live next to a cell phone tower. Keeping in mind that there's already 3 current carriers, T-Mobile, Verizon, and Dish. All that's left in the nation is AT&T, and that's why we recognized this area needed for coverage. We, again, have exhausted all of our alternative locations. We've exhausted the sites that were suggested by the public. Again, I met with David Sparacino with Parks and Rec, and they have to agree on the site location too. It's not just where, the public would like it to be, unfortunately. We have to consider utilities. How much fiber is going through? How far is it? How intrusive is that? All these need to be considered when choosing our location. And that's pretty much it. That's all that I have. So thank you for that.
Okay, are there any questions from the council for the applicant? Councilmember Hardy.
Yes, I wonder if your gentleman on the Zoom who heard all this, I'm supposing, if he would like to address the the frequency concerns.
And so that's
Eric Cornejo.
Cornejo, I see him on there.
Yeah, hi, good evening,
Yes.
council members and mayor.
Good evening. Did you have something you would like to add? Councilmember Hardy, what was your question?
Mostly, I understand that we are not to engage over health concerns, but I wondered if you wanted to address any of the radio frequency realities.
So we selected this location because we have a coverage hole in this area, and so our site has a radius of like it covers half a mile the height of our site is 50 feet high. So this one that we are proposing by the church is a little lower. It's around 42 feet. So this would cover a portion. So this would be, the coverage of this one would be less compared to the one near the park, which is a 50-footer. So this would cover like less than half a mile. So that's all I can say about this one.
All right. Before you go, Councilmember Jane, do you have a question for Mr. Conejo?
Yeah, it seems like you did a lot of work on the monotree. Is that still a viable option for you?
So we are AT&T and excuse me, the landlord are open to either design. The Planning Commission did go with the light pole design because they did feel it was least intrusive more than the monopole, the broadleaf style. A lot of the members of the public that when we started these hearings in August, their main concerns were that it's too close, it's gonna fall on us. You know, and so we were like, let's put in a fall study as part of the conditions of approval to ensure that this is a safe site. We agreed to that. They talked about radio frequency. I'm sorry, they talked about solar studies, you know, with shade blocking with a tree. We hired a solar expert and no houses, there's only one house that currently has solar. And the tree would not affect it at all. We added the other houses if they chose to get solar, and that report showed 97% sun access, which is very, very good for solar. So this site, the tree would not be obstructive in that. So again, the planning commissioners, I felt, decided to go with the light pole design because it was least intrusive. It met more of the public's concerns. It addressed them. It eliminated them by having this light pole design.
All right, Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. I had a question regarding the battery capacity and the safety measures for that, battery backup.
Yes, what about...
what will be the capacity of the battery backups and how will you ensure the safety of to the...
Yeah, so as mentioned, we did remove the generator. That was only it was an emergency standby generator. So it would only go into effect if there was a power outage for any reason. We removed that. By removing it, we placed an extra battery. Batteries, if the power goes out, the batteries will run for up to 8 hours each until there's no more. So you will still get coverage for that time.
How many kilowatt?
How many kilowatts to the batteries?
Yeah.
I don't know that off the top of my head. Eric, are you aware of that?
No, unfortunately not. It's our CNE counterparts know that information.
Right. A noise acoustic study was provided, and I believe in tonight's agenda packet that has all acoustic noise information on there. And again, we are within the city of Santa Clara's acceptable noise for that.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see any other questions for the applicant. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next.
I have a few.
All right, Councilmember Park.
So I understand that you had, I don't know if it's 2 designs or 3 designs. I mean, when I read the timelines, I see that there was a 3 light pole design, which I don't know if that's the current design that you have. And then you went to the 60-foot broadleaf design, which is the one that we see there, which was in the corner, I believe.
Yes.
And then you went back to the 3 light pole design?
Yes, so to give you I know there were some questions on the timeline and there was a break. So let me address that and I could go into that as well. I do have a little bit different of a timeline. We did resubmit in December of '23 as the broadleaf design. I have a deemed complete date of March of 24. I don't have that in December. Regardless, we did ask for a break, and that was by the landlord. This church is very well known for their nativity scene during the holidays, and they wanted to ensure that this was not going to disrupt that at all. So again, they wanted the parking lot design. The city asked for the tree. They obliged, but they really wanted to make sure that this was going to work because the nativity scene is such a important, piece for this community. I myself grew up here, like I now reside in Sacramento, but I am a Silicon Valley kid, and a millennial with that. So I would like to live next to somewhere that has service. We spend $1,000 on phones. Let's make sure they work, in my personal opinion. The second half to your question, I'm sorry, your question, there was a break, and that's why it took so long. We came back in August as the tree design. Went back and forth. October into December is when I reminded everybody we have two designs here because the rooftop is not structurally sound to hold any more additional equipment where the three other carriers currently are located at. They've been there since 2020 and prior, down to like 2002, I believe. So cell phone usage has always been here, in this area.
Oh, understood. So I'm just trying to get, because I'm trying to understand all these different timelines, and you are throwing around terms like the monopole tree design and 3 monopole design and, the light pole design and things like that.
The monopole and the light pole is really the same design.
Okay.
It's just different terminology that's being used.
Understood.
So it's really a light pole design more than it is just a monopole that you're used to seeing, just a big pole. These do have parking light standard lights on them.
Okay, but the broadleaf, the monopole with broadleaf it looks very different. It has all the branches.
Absolutely, it's 60 foot tall.
Yeah, but I mean, besides just the height, it also has the branches, which I think from the pictures looks more like a tree in the background.
Correct.
Okay. I'm actually a little surprised that knowing that aesthetics were a major concern, that there doesn't look like there was any thought put into making, I take a look at the pictures. Your pictures are the same as the appellant's pictures, and they're just tall poles, really thick poles, actually. They look much thicker than regular light poles, with big canisters on top. I'm just kind of surprised that there wasn't more effort put into making things blend. And it seems like the design is just the minimal. We're just going to put 3 poles where they fit, and whatever they look like, that's what they look like. Right.
Yeah, let me get to the poles here. Stop here at the last one. So we can put a radome over these poles so you don't see the antennas. We're open to that. I do admit that these photo simulations do come across a little dark. We can paint it to match the silver standard monopole color, if you will. So it's less of it doesn't stand out as much.
Understood. And every time I hear things like that, I'm reminded of that scene in My Cousin Vinny, where it's like, oh, imagine you're a deer. You put your lips to the cold water, and bam, somebody blows your head out, and your brains are everywhere. Do you really care what kind of pants they were wearing?
Well, again, it seems to be aesthetics was a big part of the design here. So, I want to make sure that the council is aware of how much we worked with the public and with the city. We obliged with every single request. We provided every single study. And, in our past hearings, everybody was more than welcome to question the professionals that we hired, including David Wiskowski with Joint Venture. They had everybody's information. They chose that the information provided or presented was sufficient itself on there. And again, I believe you were provided all of those information. I believe that packet was 400 pages, so that is a little bit, a lot to go through.
And the concern I had, which was I would ask staff, is it looks like there was a lot of back and forth, and a lot of things that I've heard even from Planning Commission is there was a lot of back and forth. There didn't seem to be a lot of good communication going in. I understand that there were some breaks, but again, I heard that there was a lot of waiting, and there was a lot of time spent kind of in isolation because you had information, people weren't looking at it, you had provided new things. From your perspective, it looks like you've done a lot of work. From the other perspective, it's like there's silence. When I hear that there's people who weren't notified, there's two different stories, and both of them could be correct. I do have some questions about the fire danger. I hear that you've replaced diesel generator, which I think is a good thing when it comes to noise and pollution and things like this. Everyone thinks everything runs on electricity. Well, nobody considers that a lot of electricity, like the Tesla superchargers along 5, are actually powered by diesel generators.
Can we have the questions, Councilmember Park?
If the power system has a problem, if it catches fire, for example, and you've got those batteries, what is the danger from a problem with those power supplies?
So like I mentioned, these facilities are monitored 24/7 by AT&T. I imagine if there was a fire that was going to break out, some sort of information would be notified beforehand to prevent that. Again, fires don't just break out. Towers just don't fall down. We would hear about that. I guarantee you, every news source would act upon that.
Okay, but let me ask my question again. If there were a problem and there were a fire, what would be the danger? What would be the problems in putting that fire out? These are now batteries.
Right. I imagine that the fire department will be called. I believe there's one very close by to this location. If the fire was to break out, it may be in the lease area, which is enclosed by a cinder block wall that would prevent that fire from jumping over to the wood fence.
And we hear about cars.
We have the fire chief here, actually, so we happen to have him at our meeting as a resource. Thank you, Chief.
Yeah, and again, I would like kind of an answer to this, which is we hear about cars catching fire all the time and the difficulty in putting out battery fires. And now we've got one 40 feet, 50 feet from residents in the middle of a church parking lot. Kind of concerned. I just want to know what the danger would be if there were a fire. Everybody says prevention, and we always focus on prevention. I come from an industry where prevention is our #1 job, but we still deal with the problems that we could not prevent.
Right.
We can save that question for staff when the staff comes up to answer our additional questions. Any other questions, Councilmember Park?
I think that's it right now.
Thank you very much. All right, now, thank you very much for that testimony. We are now going to move to our appellant, who has 5 minutes. Am I right? Yes, up to five minutes to make a presentation, rebuttal presentation. Welcome back.
Thank you, council members. So I have a few points to address whatever Mr. Prue brought up, and then I have some general things to share. Firstly, it was great to hear from Mr. Prue that he did acknowledge that whenever the radio frequency increases for 5G, it is a potential threat. Right? Who knows, maybe tomorrow, 5 years from now, they would have 5G facilities with higher frequencies there, and that's clearly a health concern. And he himself acknowledged that. The second point is about home prices. Clearly, AT&T's study is not peer-reviewed. It was from a private organization. I don't think that should even hold in this particular council. Right? The data we submitted are from peer-reviewed articles and probably more trustworthy. The third thing is we strongly believe all the possible alternatives were not exhausted. We did share with the city the email chain exchange with the Board of Trustees of school. They did point out what the process is to get the cell phone towers in there, and it has to get into their meeting agenda and things like that. That was clearly not pursued. So similarly, we discussed about right-of-ways. We didn't reach a conclusion, so that is a possibility. And I'm sure there are 100 other possibilities which we could uncover given more time, right? And if it comes to, and we already have good coverage from Verizon and T-Mobile, if AT&T just did a bad job of locating the towers, not in strategic location, and this becomes a blind spot, this is a problem they need to deal with, not the residents. I don't want my house to decrease 20% of its values and deal with all of the consequences because of a mistake AT&T made. And I'm also fairly sure if we reach the leadership of AT&T, they would be happy to address, right? Here we have like a consultant representing them, and we don't even know what the transactions going on, right? AT&T is a public company, and so I just want to point out to that. So that's basically rebuttal to Mr. Prue's statements. A few things I want the council to consider. Firstly is clearly the new design, the three-pole design is very similar to the initial monopole design, which was rejected because of aesthetics reasons, right? So clearly these ones also don't fall into whatever community standards the Planning Commission intended to, and the residents agree. And I think this is alone a single reason to reject this under FCC, whatever FCC law allows, right? The second thing is we would like this city council to introspect. This is a very important case, in my humble opinion, and this kind of sets an example. Do we want the residents of the city to be represented, to be resilient, and the city council to be supporting them and do what is right, and not be a rubber stamp looking at bureaucracy and loopholes to kind of approve the project, right? We need to go and fix it, do it right, and do the right things, and side with the residents and not with short-term decisions just because it's convenient for someone. One final thing one of my residents wanted to speak about is please consider the location of these battery packs. They are within, I believe, 15 feet from homes. As Mr. Park brought up, this could be like immense fire risk. Yeah, thank you for your consideration. We hope we are on the side of residents of Walla Walla, where the city council sided with the residents, and this will be like a story for other cities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the council members now if they have questions of the appellant. I see Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I have two questions. The first is, if you had to choose between the three monopoles or the monotree, do you have a preference?
No preference. We are against both of them.
I understand.
Yeah. No preference.
And then
we don't want it in the site. It affects all of us.
The second is that you were talking about house values being down 20%. My question is, on the Realtor disclosure forms, you disclose whether you're in the vicinity of a cell tower, and you're already within the vicinity of T-Mobile and Verizon. So wouldn't you have to disclose that anyway? And so how does adding the AT&T contribute to a decline in your
that is true.
Real estate values?
That is true. My home is slightly away. My particular home is not within 300 feet of the existing towers, right? The new proposal brings the tower close to my homes, right? And this is the case with all of those houses in that particular vicinity. We don't want to get into numbers on exactly what this 20% is, but we just want the benefit of the doubt to the residents, number one. Second thing, obviously having one more tower is going to be an additional deterrent for a potential buyer. So thinking from the shoes of a potential buyer, it will be like a deterrent and obviously cause property values to fall down.
Okay, City Manager, did you want to say something? I have more council questions.
Yeah, actually, I do. Just on this point, I think Councilmember Jane repeated a point that the appellant made about the requirement to disclose cell towers. It's actually not a firm requirement, and so I'll turn it over to the city attorney that can clarify that. I just don't want the council to be under the belief that it is a firm requirement to disclose cell towers.
Thanks, City Manager, Madam Mayor. And Madam Mayor may have some thoughts on this, being in the industry. There's, in state law and under the DRE regs, there isn't an express cell tower disclosure obligation per se. The obligations in residential transaction is that you must disclose material facts that could affect value. There's also a provision in the the standard CAR transaction document, which I think was one of the excerpts that the appellant shared, that requires disclosures of potential nuisances, and listed in that as a potential source in a variety of different possible sources, including proximity to schools or parks, other things that might make noise, or odor or other things. One of those things that's listed is a cell tower, but it isn't, identified as a nuisance per se. It would actually have to be, creating a nuisance. And so I don't know what the current standard is amongst real estate, professionals of how they treat, these things, whether a roof mounted versus a tower itself might, cross a line to be viewed as a material adverse impact. But just to be clear, there's not an explicit, requirement to disclose unless under these kind of subjective, standards, it creates a material adverse impact, or it actually generates nuisance, noise, odor, or other circumstances. So just wanted that available to folks. And Mayor, please feel free to supplement if you have a different understanding.
Yeah, I was 40-something years in the business. It's called the Seller Property Questionnaire, an SPQ, and there's transfer disclosure statements. It's all disclosures. For instance, a school is a potential nuisance. Airplane flight path, and not everyone has to fill them out. There's certain categories that are exempt from even filling that out, but it's up to the property owner to declare that. So there's no separate disclosure form for a cell tower. It's listed as a potential nuisance along with a host of other things. But if you're a good real estate broker, you disclose everything, including cracks in the concrete, everything. So yes, that's part of the SPQ. All right, Councilmember Hardy.
Very quick, I will say I was on the Planning Commission when we allowed a apartment complex right next to the baseball field for Santa Clara University, and I made certain there was a disclosure just so people would not buy online and then say, you didn't tell me there was a baseball field right there. So I think you kind of answered my question, though, when you answered Councilmember Jane, because you're hanging your hat on the perceived concerns with health, but we're not allowed to say that, but yet you want it to be on the school because you don't want it where it is, and you basically said, I don't care which one, when he asked you, you just don't want it. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's not right, right? So what we said is the alternative sites we suggested are all in the school, but at a significant distance away from classrooms, right? I believe both these particular sites here are in the immediate vicinities of the classrooms. So at a school point of view, both are bad locations. So we don't have a preference, we are against this. Did I answer your question?
Okay, thank you.
All right, I don't see any other questions for the appellant. Thank you so much. So now I'm going to return back to our director. Is there anything you want to clarify now or add to the record? And maybe that includes the fire question. Is
Mayor.
the fire chief pointing to someone else?
Yes, Mayor,
Okay.
I'll take
Yes.
that. We're going to have Fire Marshal Jake Tomlin respond to the fire question
Very
with
good, thank
regard to
you. Oh,
batteries.
how handy that you're here this evening. Very good.
Fire Marshal Jake Tomlin
We're
with the
not
Fire
talking
Department.
about weeds now. Now this is
I'm
batteries,
happy.
okay?
Well, my boss is talking about weeds later.
Okay,
so.
later, okay.
So obviously with the proper maintenance and security, energy storage systems or battery backup power supplies is what the code refers to them, have a relatively good safety record depending on the battery technology that is utilized. Whether a fire code permit would be required would be based on the technology and the quantity of the battery as it relates to the power capacity. And again, depending on the technology, that would drive the requirements. And I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Is there any follow-up question, Councilmember Park?
Yeah, so my question was, if there is a fire, if there is a problem there, let's say that, I mean, we can all talk about prevention, but when it happens, what is the danger?
I mean, again, that would probably be a better question for the fire chief or the deputy chief since they're on the operational side. But again, it's an exterior application, so obviously smoke and heat would be generated as part of the combustion process. But again, it would be, at least the locations I saw here would be relatively isolated from the general public. Kind of like your example, I think you mentioned a car fire. Obviously, the density of cars is much greater than cell phone tower enclosures and battery backup supplies. So therefore, the risk or the hazard would be lower, in my lay opinion. But again, I'll defer to the fire chief and the deputy chief.
Okay.
Jen Panko, Acting Deputy Fire Chief. I think I'll just concur with Fire Marshal said, is that it's a very low risk. It's not a huge safety hazard. If we did have a battery fire, and we have in the past, whether it be car or in a situation like this with a cell tower, it would just be basically like a situation where we would have to like surround it. All we have is water and foam and other elements in order to extinguish the fire. So it would just be about what's the surrounding area, whether it catches grass on fire or any other structures could be the potential hazard. But we have an excellent response here in the city of Santa Clara so that we could get to the scene quickly and put any sort of small fire out before it became a larger fire.
Thank you. Wait, you want to stay for Councilmember Chahal? Do you have more fire questions?
I'm not sure you can answer that, but I just want to make a comment. I recently heard from state legislature, they're coming up with a legislation going forward that battery backup systems should not be installed within the vicinity of residential or areas which are housing human beings, basically. So I'm not sure you know that or not. That's the reason I was asking that safety question, how much kilowatt it is and what are the safety restrictions. So the state is working on that going forward, not right now, but because of the concerns about the safety of the battery backup systems, they're going forward for that legislation. But I know you can't answer that question.
Right now,
yes, you can't answer that question, right?
Councilmember Park, more fire questions?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to look, and I know that the battery backup is not co-located with the poles. Is that true? Like, where exactly are the battery backup? Where would those be? Yeah, well, I'm asking the applicant.
It depends on the design, Councilman Park, but again, I think that's a better question for the applicant. But typically, they're in a secured enclosure, but he can confirm that.
So to answer your question, there is an existing lease area already located at the church that's not used. And we will be obtaining that lease area. It is located, I believe the director had a great picture of the layout, and it is 300 feet away from where the light poles will be from that, and it's also 500 feet further away from the Pomeroy townhome community on there. So does that answer your question?
I don't know where that is, though, because when you say 300 feet, I don't know where that puts it on the property. If it's off the property, I don't know where that puts it if it's further away. I'm trying to take a look.
Right. Let's see. Do you have a copy of the plans? Let me see if there's a slide. I don't have it in my presentation, but I believe it was in the staff's presentation. I can tell you where to go. Past 6. Yes. Oh, that was me. Okay, now it's all.
Stop touching.
Can I just point? Yeah. So on the top left hand, you see a square area right behind the building of the church itself. That is the lease area.
Please don't scream from the audience.
It's 15 feet from the property line, and that's within the Santa Clara setbacks.
City Manager?
Mayor, I just wanted to note that battery backup systems are not novel technology. We have battery backup systems all across the city, both public and private infrastructure, and many residents have Tesla solar walls, right? And so it's a common technology that's used.
Right, and again, this is for emergency purposes. This is when the batteries are going, when there's no power, we're gonna use batteries. So people can call 911 or call and check on their loved ones. You know, earlier in today's hearing, you guys were talking about domestic abuse and paying attention to that, to people who call 911. That's what this facility will do. It is a first net facility that I'm sure the fire marshals are very well aware of. Again, just to kind of give more of a background of how this gets approved, it's the planning departments. When we submit the application, they put the application through all the city departments. So they review this to address your concerns, you know, of like fire and what have you. If something was going to be raised, it would have been raised at that time before the application was deemed complete.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so city managers or anything else you want to clarify or add to the record?
No.
The director, is there anything she wants to clarify? No? Okay, so now I'm going to ask, is there a motion to close public hearing?
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion second to close public hearing. Please register your vote.
Would you like to cast your vote? Thanks.
And that passes with those 6-0 with those present. All right, now we'll move on to council deliberations, motion and action. Councilmember Park.
Yeah, so I want to be clear with staff, like we are not allowed to consider health effects. We are, you know, not allowed to consider location on public lands. So I'll wait for a motion.
Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I'm reading from the report. It says the city must reach a final, this is the timeline for making a decision. There's the shot clock. The city must reach a final decision, including any appeal hearings, prior to the expiration of the shot clock, or the applicant may be able to claim that the application has automatically been approved. The city and the applicant can, however, mutually agree to extend the shot clock. And AT&T has already agreed to several extensions. So the current shot clock is set to expire February 28th. That's this Friday, as the staff has already reported. In my opinion, the health concerns cannot be discussed. There's only the aesthetics. And we've already looked at all of the potential relocation places. It seems like the school district forbids putting these cell towers on school district property. We have Measure R, which would then extend the timeline beyond the shot clock, I believe. So we're left with very few options, in my opinion. And if the city were to reinforce, if this church were to reinforce their roof, AT&T could just put the towers there. So in my opinion, the monotree is actually more attractive than the 3 monopoles. So that's why I asked the question. So I wanted to understand whether, I think we've run out of options based on the shot clock and everything. So it's really, in my mind, a choice between the monotree and the 3 monopoles. So I'm wondering if I can make a motion for either option.
Can I ask a question? Did the city staff originally recommend the monotree? And it was the planning commission that changed it to the poles. Is that correct? Did I hear that correctly?
Correct. Staff originally proposed a monotree because it would be more contextual with that neighborhood.
Yes. Mayor, if I can elaborate, also worth noting the monotree would be higher in height, over 60 feet, where the 3 poles are at 42 feet. Also worth noting that there was neighborhood opposition to the monotree, which actually also helped move toward the direction to the 3 monopoles.
Correct.
Thank you for that clarification.
To expand the city manager's comments, the monotree was located closer to the single-family residences, which is why the planning commission was more apt to move it towards the middle of the parking lot, away from the single-family residences.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah, I understand that it's closer, but the primary concern at this point seems to be aesthetics. And in my opinion, the monotree is more aesthetic.
Madam Mayor, if I might add one note, the monotree, while presented at some point as an option, was not substantially presented, to you tonight. So I'm not advocating either way, but if a majority of you wanted to go down the monotree path, it is likely staff's need and recommendation, and I'm looking over at staff, including my staff attorney, to say that might be something we would need to take back and bring back to you. If the applicant was open to the monotree alternative, they would have the discretion, if they have the authority in the room tonight, to extend the shot clock one further time to go down that path. So I'm not saying you go down that path. I'm just saying the action that you could take tonight is on the specific proposal that's detailed in front of you. There may need to be additional staff work to bring back the monopole alternative. And that could be done if AT&T agreed to further extension of the shot clock. I'm hearing that that's not a desirable option for the public, and that the further proximity of that to, the boundary line is what got potentially both the public and the planning commission in the 3-pole, alternative. So again, I'm not steering you in any particular direction. I wanted to make sure you understood the full context for the monopole option.
But city attorney, it was in all the documentation.
Yes, Madam Mayor, and that's why I'm turning to staff. What I was advised based on what they have available in front of you tonight is that they would want more time to bring that back. If staff wants to tell me that that is not true, and that in fact we would be ready to act tonight, I am perfectly happy to be contradicted, but that is not what I was.
I'm perfectly happy to contradict you.
And you're although I don't think you're going that direction either. I'm just wanting to make sure we get it right, and I'm looking to staff to speak to it, and maybe the city manager has that information.
No, I didn't want to speak to that. I wanted to speak to something else. So looking at staff, I don't see that they're ready. Through the mayor, I would just say, certainly aesthetics is always in the eye of the beholder. I think it's also worth noting that mono trees oftentimes blend in when they're around other trees. in this parking lot, a single pole of 60 feet, I think most people will be able to look at it and say, it's not really a tree, right? And so I think if the council is really considering the model tree, it may be helpful if it does have to come back to bring back aesthetics of what it would truly look like in this setting, because they don't always look like a natural tree. And in a barren parking lot, I think the aesthetics that we're thinking of may not actually replicate itself in this setting.
Sometimes I see trees coming out of roofs, and I think, oh, that's not really a tree, is it? So, all right, thank you. Councilmember Hardy.
Well, I was willing to make a motion for the 3 light poles, and I will say why. Because first off, that parking lot is very dark sometimes. And the idea of more light there, I think, is very good, because I happen to know some of the high school students hang out there after the games and things like that. And I think from an aesthetic point of view, I know when I've looked at those cell towers, the ones that are flagpoles make a lot more sense. Because, yeah, the tree ones, I would agree. When you put them in with a bunch of other trees, it's like, oh, that one's not a tree, but oh well. But when they're separate like that. So I would like to make a motion for alternative 1 to overrule the appeal and adopt a resolution upholding the approval from the conditional permit that the Planning Commission approved.
Is there a second? I'll second it. All right, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thinking of contradictions, I want to clear one thing, City Attorney. Director Hamid mentioned that right-of-way is not permitted for installation as per some city code she quoted, whereas you earlier mentioned that it is not clear, you need to look into that further. So what is?
I believe I'm correct.
Okay, so that's a contradiction, proved contradiction. Then.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
the information that I have is we would need to look at the actual 52-acre site overlay and determine whether or not it includes right-of-way or not. I don't know the answer to that, and so my indication was there is a theoretical possibility that there could be a right-of-way edge around Central Park that would not implicate Measure R. That would need to be looked into, but it sounded like for other reasons that wasn't a desirable and available alternative anyway. But I didn't want to make a definitive conclusion because I don't think there is one to make without further research.
Okay. That said, I listened to the residents and the choice we had, and staff had rejected this plan. The same plan we are getting in front of us was rejected because of aesthetics. And I want that clarification for right-of-way, if we can put it at other place. And I will not be supporting the motion of this thing because of aesthetics and opposition from residents for aesthetic reasons, for that matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cox.
Yeah, thanks for your time. And I just would like to give a little bit of a comment and explanation. I, again, will agree with the motion. And I'll concur with what Councilmember Jane said. When we look at what we're enabled and required to act upon, really, a lot of these issues are bound by our city code right now, and whether that's the old code or new code, we have a responsibility up here to act within what we're allowed to. And when it comes to decisions that we're making on preference, we can say not in my backyard, but that doesn't solve a problem. It just makes the next group of people mad when it's in their neighborhood. And it's going to be me too, and I really understand that frustration, because the minute you're like, put it in Santa Clara High School's yard, I'm like, no, my kids go to school there. So I get that there's this frustration, but I'd be really remiss to vote against something that had Planning Council approval because they did it to act in code. And I think that one of the challenging things about that is it opens us up for liability with businesses when we continue to say, yeah, they did everything right. They went out of their way to make accommodations. And we say, based on preference, we don't want to do it. And again, I wish we could address the health issues in this. Because we're not allowed to, we are left with a question about visibility. And I know that's super frustrating. I would like to put that back in your hands. If you have to make a choice about 3 poles or 1 poles, that's not for us to decide. I would love that to be, something that we continue to collaborate with you on. But again, within our limited capacity, this is something that probably shows some of the problems with our process. And I don't want to vilify the Planning Commission and just go against what they did, because I do believe they acted within the code of our city and what we are required to consider. And when we become very emotional and pressured by things, I think it opens up a lot of problems. And so my apologies for the way I'll vote. I know that makes me unpopular, but I'd like to offer you my reasoning.
Thank you, Councilmember Park.
Yeah, I hear what the council members are saying, and I think that this is exactly why we talk about these things. I mean, one of the reasons that we ask hard questions and the reason that we push and the reason we do these things is because, again, we know what the options are in front of us. We know that we can't consider. But, I hear Planning Commission, I hear what other people are saying. I remember going to the special meeting and hearing that well-run city is one in which you get consistent views from, you get consistent answers from Planning Commission and from your departments and from your city. But I want to remind people that City Council is often the last time that these residents get to talk on something that's going to affect them potentially for the rest of their lives, something that they will see every single day. I mean, for a lot of the people on staff, a lot of the people who are coming here for this particular hearing, they'll never see those polls again. They may never consider this again. They'll consider their bigger projects or the next projects. And this is not what I think a representative government is about. I think the representative government is about looking from the residential perspective, from the people who are going to be affected on a daily basis. I mean, I do hear, I hear a lot of things. I mean, the school district has a policy to not allow wireless facilities on their campuses. And do they have opinions on cell towers near their campuses? I don't know. Was Santa Clara High School part of the discussion? I mean, was there, if there were an objection raised by the school, would the site not be considered because they raised an objection for their own site? I hear what Chahal says. I mean, I would like to see some clarification on right-of-way, meaning the fact that we're not considering it because we didn't put the work in when it was in the presentation that was presented by the residents. It seems remiss to not have put the work in to take a look at some of the options that were brought forward. When I take a look, I mean, I think about if AT&T had put fiber in, 15, 20 years ago, like they've been promising, even last month they said, we're going to put fiber in if you'll switch back to us. And I said, I've heard this for 20 years. If Hearth Complex, if Prometheus had put in a centralized communications location like Lee had suggested, which is why can't we consider a central location for all carriers and then work on that and kind of make everyone happy and upgrade all the antennas while we're at it. What happens when AT&T puts up the tower? All the other carriers want to upgrade? I mean, I heard that some of those towers were, some of those antennas were up there for 20 years, right? And I think the bigger issue is, like, I look at joint venture Silicon Valley, and I look at their private sector investors, and I see AT&T, and I see Comcast, and I see Verizon, and I have to think to myself, how neutral are they when it comes to their reports? Like, I remember when being in tech, everyone knows Gartner and Forrester, and I know that Gartner and Forrester are well respected. But as someone who has dealt with those analysts, I know that I can get them to consider my company just by saying, I will pay for reprint privileges for any report that you put. And this puts any report that experts put out that are not actually experts into question. I mean, the shot clock. I mean, I heard in the very beginning that we have until Friday. And this is why the 2-year timing is a concern for me. Because we're putting ourselves in jeopardy by not getting back to people, not giving people timely responses. I think that if we had this discussion a year ago, you know, it would be a much better path to going back and taking a look at the right-of-way so that we can move this. We would be much better. But we're right here again. This is the final week that we can make this decision before the shot clock runs out. And, you know, I've been in this position on this council so many times that I'm starting to resent it. Like, I would really like to make everyone, the process for everyone, applicants included, comfortable so that when we come to these seeming impasses, we have some time, we have some leeway to have a discussion instead of just having to come to a vote, right? Our backs are already up against the wall. We can't consider a lot of things that people are worried about. Like, I understand, oh, we can't do that, we can't do this, but I looked into all of these things. I read about Weston Elementary School in, you know, Ripon, I don't know how to pronounce that city, California, and I look at what the American Cancer Society said. They said that there's very little evidence to support the idea that being near a cell tower might increase the risk of cancer. But they also said very few human studies have focused specifically on this risk. And I think that for me to open-eyed go in and say, oh, that's not something that I worry about, not allowed to consider it, but to say that I don't think about it, I do think about it. To say that we need to vote on the black and white things in front of us, this is exactly what I complained about for years, even in Planning Commission. We are not an approval council. This is not the approval department. It's not the approval commission. It's the Planning Commission. It's the planning department. We're city council. You know, if our job is saying yes to the things we have to say yes to and saying no to the things that we have to say no to, you don't really need us. I think one of the reasons that people come here and they sign petitions, which largely go ignored, the reason that they come here and talk to us, the reason that they ask their neighbors to come, is because they expect people who make decisions based on emotions, based on the information that they hear, information that they read, and the input that the residents give us. I think this is the important thing about having a human council. So, I mean, I understand. I would like also to have time to consider or think about or look into, I think about where the alternative location is on Central Park, and I think, wow, if they put a 100-foot monopole there and we put a teddy bear on top and we lit that every year, I think that would be interesting too. But right now, we don't have the time to consider it. So I guess I'm asking AT&T, I'm asking network consultants or whoever, I'm asking one of the private sector investors of joint venture to consider giving us more time to look into right-of-way placement.
No, sorry. We are deliberating here.
I'm done.
Are you finished? Okay. All right. I just want to make a couple comments. I supported the motion, and this is one of those things that I hate to do. I hate to support this. I'm looking at the less intrusive option that I see for this project. I feel like this is a project where our hands are tied. We can't talk about health, and usually when you have a cell tower, that is the main issue you're talking about. We're prohibited from talking about that or considering that as an option. I do get complaints about cell service and the areas of the city that are dark for cell service. It happens a lot all over Santa Clara. We're supposed to be the center of what's possible, but we don't have, cell service throughout our whole city that's consistent and predictable and reliable. So this will go to helping that. No, nobody wants this in their neighborhood. Nobody wants traffic. Nobody wants dense development. Nobody wants transmission lines. We just went through that, right after the holidays. There's a lot of things we don't want, but we all want the convenience of the cell phone, right? The cell phone, the connectivity. We get mad when it's not fast, or if we drop calls or anything else. So it's sort of a give and take. I think that because our hands are tied on this, it's a matter of, do we want a big tree in the middle of a parking lot with no other trees that is awkward and strange and tall, or these lower, I like the idea of the representative, you said putting, something to make them look better around the things, if maybe we can include that as part of the motion, to make them look more attractive. Because I agree, and then, painting them the color of a regular
As maker of the
light.
motion, I even put down silver. I wasn't certain because it wasn't part of this, but if there can be some aesthetics,
blend.
that would be very nice.
We can make that as part of the motion, but I
Yes,
just
please.
don't see that we have a choice in this situation. I can say it's this, again, as one of the creators of Measure R, I can tell you that we wanted to protect our parklands for a reason. We don't want leases on them, long-term leases. We don't want areas, because it's not just a matter of where you put the poles, but you also need, I call it the little home base that they talked about, where you have all the operations as well. It's not just a big pole, it's other things. And once you start doing that on parkland, then it's, then it never stops. So that was one of the reasons, the 50 acres of Central Park is 50 acres. And if there's anything above and beyond that 50 acres, then yeah, have at it. But that would require a vote of the, if we're doing it on Central Park, a vote of the people. It will take us 2 years to get through that. And what I can tell you, it probably wouldn't even pass. So I'm supporting the motion reluctantly, unhappily, but knowing that it's my duty to look at the greater good for the city. Apologize, but that's the reality of it today. All right, Councilmember Park, you're back again?
Oh, yeah. So there was new information brought forward, and I'd like to respond to that, which is, this tower would affect my neighborhood directly, and, I'm famous for being in a blackout area. I don't have fiber. I'm actually on internet and DSL speeds because I will not use Comcast. I often have to stand in a very specific part of my room in my house because I can't get cell service. But if you tell me that I would accept being able to move around while I talk to affect the neighbors without considering what Mr. Pro from AT&T would have to say, maybe, I would like to hear what he has to say if they're open to extending the shot clock so that we can look into possibilities of putting it someplace where people can agree. We always talk about, I think the mayor said it, we're supposed to be the center of what's possible, but what I'm hearing is our hands are tied. We really don't have a choice in this situation. And I think, well, doesn't seem very center of what's possible to me. So again, if I could, I would like to hear what Mr. Pro has to say, if he's got anything to add that would add to this conversation, or maybe he doesn't have anything that would add to this conversation that would give us options and we can go with a vote. But it's really disappointing to hear this. And again, I would like to get more cell service as well, but I come from engineering. I know that engineers, we create options. And to be told that these are the only things in front of us, oh my goodness, it's too bad I'm on council. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
I just want to make a comment on shot clock thing we were talking about. If it is mutually agreed by everyone, it can be postponed, it can be looked into. It's not a dead stop that on 28th February it will be done. No, if the AT&T and other participant, whosoever we agree to, that can be postponed, that can be moved further, basically.
I understand that. We can ask them, but what are we going to be searching for? What are we researching? There's no specific plan to research anything.
The place right-of-way location.
Excuse me, I'm speaking, Councilmember Chahal.
Okay.
I was just saying, there's no option besides looking maybe at a right-of-way on the edges of Central Park, which could take months. If it ends up being on Central Park, Measure R, it could take a year or two. So you don't extend just for the sake of extending without a specific plan of what needs to be done. And I think that's, we have a lot of work to do in this city, and getting something that's pretty much infeasible, that in my opinion, is extending just to extend. Okay, Councilmember Chahal, thank you for letting me finish.
Yeah, sure. So if the new ordinance applies, new city code applies, this tower will not be applicable within 300 feet of residence. If, I'm saying, but any new properties, any new such proposal which will come to City Council or Planning Commission will not be allowed within 300 feet of the residences.
So you're going to ask the AT&T to start all over again? Is that under the new ordinance? I'm just trying to be clear on what you're saying.
Why was this proposal agreed that, okay, it was agreed before new regulation came, and if it is mixed use or residential, right? It has to be residential. You cannot put any tower within 300 feet of the residential, as per our latest code.
Is that a question for the staff?
Yes, I want to confirm that. And second thing, if
Is
we are
this in the new ordinance? Is that what you're asking about?
Yes, yeah. And second thing, I'm trying to, why I'm focusing on that right of way, if the new towers have to come and their location has to be something like this similar location, why don't we put our focus on those things we find out right now, whether it's doable or not doable, take an opinion from city attorney, whether it's doable or not, so that future decisions can be sure whether we can do it or not.
I don't really understand the question, but I'm hoping the staff does.
Sure. We'll have the director come up, but what I interpret the question as, in the new zoning code, would a facility here be allowed? And so I'll have the director give the answer.
So can I just clarify, assuming that this was taken out under the new zoning code, what would happen to this project? Is that kind of, yeah.
And to be very clear, the new zoning code does not apply
Right, doesn't.
because this started
This is
beforehand.
hypothetical.
Hypothetical.
Right, hypothetical.
Okay, so I just want to clarify. The zoning on this property is public, quasi-public. It is not mixed-use residential. So in public, quasi-public, PQP, the monopoles, the 3 monopoles that are being proposed would meet the requirements, even under the new zoning code.
Got that?
Then why we were focusing that this thing was approved before the zoning code? What was the reason for doing that? We were focusing on that again and again. Okay, this was already approved, the project was already deemed complete before this date. So I understood that this cannot be within 300 feet of the residents also, as per the new zoning code, whether it's in this particular area.
We were just trying to provide some clarity and background because this question came up. And so we wanted to have transparency on, because this application was submitted prior to the update of the zoning code. So we were just trying to provide some clarity on when this application was submitted, when the new zoning code went into effect, and then what the new code states.
Okay, so just to make sure, even if the new zoning code applies, this will go forward at this
Yes.
location,
This meets the new zoning code regulations.
location-wise?
Yes.
Location-wise,
The
not aesthetically, but location-wise. Right, okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Now, I'm going to, after Councilmember Park, if you have any new comments on something new, I'm going to call for the question and see where we stand.
Understood. So again, I think that it was pretty clear that the question that we're asking was an extension so that we can look into the right-of-way, rules for Central Park so that we could see if an alternative location would be there. And I understand people say that could take years if this happens and that happens, or it could take a week and they'll say, well, it's not allowed and therefore, we don't have to do this. I do have some questions about the setbacks. I mean, I understand the old rules. Well, the existing rules for residential mixed use are, I think, 300-foot setbacks. The new rules, we're looking at 1 foot by 1 foot, which is the 45-foot setback, which seems to be for heights. But the 300-foot setback requirement for residential and mixed use is for communications towers. Like, I think that there would be a different standard for communications towers, but we keep talking about setbacks based on height. Like, if there were a building that were 60 feet tall, you're correct. I believe that the setback would be 60 feet because of the 1 foot per height rule, the 45-degree. But I don't think that's what we're talking about. I don't know why we keep coming back to that. I think that if we're going to make rules for communications towers that are restrictive, in residential and mixed-use settings, why would we, abandon those for anything else? And it doesn't make sense to me that if there is a purpose for the 300-foot setback from communications towers, that we just change the zoning of an adjacent lot, and now we can move, a communications tower 240 feet closer, 250 feet closer. It doesn't make any sense to me. And again, if we were just an approval council, maybe it would make sense to us, but we're not an approval council. We're trying to ask something that makes sense. We're asking for something that makes sense. I mean, I would like to know, and I would like to hear, and I don't think Mr. Pro has a chance to do that, but, would we have agreement on an extension to the shot clock to look into this? Like, would network consultants, would they consider this? Would they allow it? I would like to know that. I don't want to make a motion on that because I don't know what the answer is. I don't want to make a motion, vote on it, win or lose, and then be told that this is not a possibility. And I don't know why we can't hear from Mr. Pro whether or not this could be allowed.
Well, let's see how this motion goes, and if it doesn't pass, then maybe that can be an option. So, City Clerk, could you read the motion? Because I want to make sure it has the additional aesthetics in there.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
For
So I
the
was trying to
poles.
wordsmith this here. So it's a staff recommendation, alternate 1, and the embellishment of aesthetics of the 3 monopoles.
All right, so we have a motion and a second on that. Staff recommendation with aesthetics. Please register your vote. And it ties 3-3, so the motion fails. Abstain, Albert, okay. All right. So if there's any other options? If there's no options, then tell us, City Attorney, what happens with this vote.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, if council doesn't take a action either to advance or deny the project, under the shot clock rules, the project as proposed will be deemed approved.
All right. Okay, council. Councilmember Park.
Well, at this point, I'd like to ask if the applicant can come up and speak to whether or not the applicant would be willing to consider an extension.
Madam Mayor, I might recommend under these circumstances, and you could do it by consensus, to reopen the public hearing for purposes of that response, and potentially other people as a result could comment on that as well.
All right, before we do that, we're going to take a 10-minute break because we've had people that have been going since 7 o'clock. So let's take a 10-minute break if that's what we're going to do. Thank you. So it's 10:36, 10:46. to please take their seats, please. Oh, my lipstick, not that anyone's looking. Okay. Yeah, yes, please. Where's our other council members? Please have a seat. All right, so now we're going to move to City Attorney. Can you help me? Because I'm asking now for you to help me as to where we are, because we had the 3-3, which means, you know, Planning Commission approval, no action. But tell me where we go now.
Very good, Madam Mayor. If the council doesn't take any further action on this item, the matter would be deemed approved based on the previous approval of the Planning Commission. That would be the 3-pole, you know, option. That's one of the options in front of you tonight. As an alternative to that, of course, in due course, any one of you could make an alternative, you know, motion, and that could be discussed, you know, and considered. There is a possibility to make inquiry if there's now an interest with an appetite to extend things further, and that would be up to the, you know, the council to decide whether or not to do that. But we would need to reopen the public hearing, at least for the limited purpose of allowing comment by the applicant with respect to any inquiry. And I would argue as well, Madam Mayor, for due process purposes, for at least the appellant, you know, to comment on whatever opening inquiry there might be. So that's where you are with options and ready to support whatever direction you go.
All right, council, is there an appetite to ask for AT&T to extend for whatever purposes of unknown nature? I assume Councilmember Park, you may want to. Do I speak for you or no?
So, if you're asking about unknown nature, no, I think the nature is very clear. You're asking for unknown nature? I don't think so. I think the nature is very clear. I think that I'd like to ask if AT&T would consider an extension to the shot clock so that the city can do some background research into whether or not we can put an alternative location at Central Park. And doesn't mean that it should be limited to just that. I think that's the primary purpose I'd like the city attorney team to look into. But again, while that's happening, I don't think there's any reason why in parallel we can't look at other alternatives. I mean, this is not a serial process. Is that something that I can make into a motion, or do we have to ask the applicants, since they're here, if they'd even consider this before we put it into a motion?
So I'm asking with this, which you mentioned, Councilmember Park, are you putting the onus on the city to try to find a location for this tower?
Well,
and what kind of timeline are you looking at?
Certainly not 2 years. So I would like to ask again for what we've been talking about, which is there a right-of-way along Central Park within the zone, within the range that the applicant has prescribed that works for a cell tower? You know, that could possibly, you know, avoid the issues of Measure R. I think that the legal team needs to look into that. I think that there's other research that needs to be done, and I'd like to know if the applicant, you know, people representing AT&T, joint venture, private sector investor, if they would allow us to consider this.
And so, may I clarify? So it would be a new project, and you would be asking us to negotiate a contract if it were feasible? I mean, it's more than just finding a location. There's contracts and
Well, I'm saying at some
everything
point,
else.
we need to go one by one by one. I think you want to do wham, bam, we want the entire project, but I'm asking for,
Right now, it's on private property. You're asking to put on public
well,
property.
I'm asking to see if it's possible.
And that also opens up a new line of thinking, and I don't even know if the Surplus Land Act works or how that works or what's going on, but
And
okay.
I think you're getting way ahead of
No,
of
I'm
it.
trying to be realistic about something that is going to take a long time, period, if even feasible at all.
It could be
And
take a
it's a
short
new
time because
project.
it won't be feasible. It's possible, but I'd like to know if the applicant is willing to give us the time to check.
All right. Councilmember Hardy.
So if I understand correct, council, if we take no other action, then it is approved per planning commission. So the applicant doesn't have any reason to open this up again, am I right?
That is correct. With no action from council tonight with respect to the project, and no agreement from AT&T to otherwise extend, the process, the planning commission decision would stand, and the shot clock would expire.
All right, Councilmember Jane.
I wanted to know from staff, how long would it take to resolve those questions about Measure R? 1 month, 2 months?
Sure. I'll turn that over to the city attorney's office because it's an analysis that they would do. I would also say that what we said tonight is that additional legal analysis needs to be done. That inherently says that it's not clear. And so it is also possible that should a determination be made that it does not violate Measure R, there could be people that challenge that determination for some of the reasons that have been mentioned tonight, just simply being against or not wanting cell towers in that area, right? And so it is something that certainly can be explored, and the city attorney can talk about the duration of that, but I would not say that that would be determinative and allow the project to proceed without objections.
I understand. I just want to know, what is the minimum amount of time?
The mayor raises another good point with respect to Surplus Lands Act. So I think there's 3 aspects to the analysis that you need. One is a business viability aspect. The other would be a legal aspect, which could be manyfold. One would be whether or not Measure R extends to properties that are feasible. And the second would be whether or not, thank you, Mayor, it's a good issue spot, the Surplus Lands Act, might apply given the nature of the transaction. I would think that we would at least need 45, to 60 days to complete an analysis of that, because there could be a fair amount of kind of legislative history, on Measure R, and we'd have to look into that. And there's some interesting, language and analysis that might be required with respect to the nature of the kind of real estate interest that the city would be willing to transfer under these circumstances, and whether or not A, there was right-of-way property that Measure R wouldn't govern, or B, whether or not the nature of the real estate transaction would be governed by Measure R if it applied, could have some complications to it. So I would say at least 45 to 60 days on the legal aspects. I can't speak to the practical, is there a feasible site in or around Central Park. I think I'm informed by staff that they looked at a fair number of sites in Central Park already for feasibility, and so I'm not sure what sites might be left from a feasibility standpoint, but I'd have to turn to planning business staff to comment on that.
In regards to sites at Central Park, a number of sites were already evaluated. Some of these sites were submitted by the residents. Some of the sites were not feasible because there was already cell tower coverage because of an existing AT&T pole. And then one site was not feasible because of a pathway near a playground, and then another one because of a school. So I believe 8 sites at Central Park were already evaluated. In addition to that, they overlaid a coverage map. So applying the coverage map layer over the sites narrowed it further down.
Thank you.
Yes.
So, City Attorney, before we go back to the open it up again, does the council need a majority to vote to go down this path to ask AT&T and to
I would
do
recommend that,
Yeah.
Mayor, either by formal vote or consensus in your discretion as to whether or not to, in effect, reopen the public hearing for purposes of an inquiry with the applicant and potential comment by the appellant for opening up, the process for
Go
further
down a different
analysis.
path.
Yep.
Okay, Councilmember Chahal.
My question pertains to Surplus Land Act. Like we're trying to find out a way around right of the way only. Does that mean, because Surplus Land Act was formerly because you can't build, you have to build housing. On a right of way, you can't build housing. Will it still apply to that?
That's a valid point. I'm not sure what the size of the parcel, we're talking about and what its location would be. There are de minimis kind of exemptions from the Surplus Land Act, where property is just kind of a remnant parcel and not feasible for development that would apply. So I'm not saying there's a big Land Act problem necessarily, but that's the kind of issue that we would need to look at when we're potentially disposing of public property.
Okay. Councilmember Jane. Motion to what?
Motion to open the public hearing
For purposes, you need to explain more.
to have a discussion with the applicant
About,
extending the shot clock.
you need to explain so that if it's specific, that's what we open it for.
For the time for our city staff to look at the legal issues around right-of-way.
Second that.
Okay, there's motion and second to reopen. I won't be supporting that motion because I can see that going nowhere and taking time and not working. I don't agree with it. City Clerk, when you're ready.
So to the maker of the motion, if you can restate what I've captured is reopen the public hearing to continue consideration with the applicant to have AT&T extend shot clock and give staff direction to return, right?
Yeah.
What's that?
Legal aspects of measure are guidance.
I think it's both things, but if I might supplement.
Yes,
just
please.
to allow for legal and practical analysis of alternative sites at Central Park.
Right.
Councilmember Jane, right? And then seconded by Shahal.
Councilmember Jane, seconded by Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you.
Please register your vote. And that fails, 3-3. City Attorney?
Madam Mayor, you're back to whether or not you want to consider alternatives before you, and let me do a better job of explaining why you might need to come back. included, of course, staff's recommendation, which was the three-pole, alternative, which was detailed in the focus of staff's report. Alternative number 2 was a alternative project, which would be a monopole location at the edge of the property, as further described, I think, in a lot of the materials we received. I said that would require you to come back, and that is true. But you could, in fact, make that decision tonight, and like other decisions, you don't have a full resolution in front of you, staff would need to come back with a fully rendered, resolution that would make the appropriate findings, in support of that action. So, Mayor, you were right. That alternative is in front of you, but we would need to get your action would require, to the extent the resolution needs to come back, concurrence from the applicant to extend the shot clock at least long enough in order to allow for that resolution to come back. So that's option number 2. Staff's recommendation, option number 2. Option number 1. Option number 2 is the alternative, monopole proposal with accommodation from, AT&T to allow for shot clock extension. Alternative number 3 is to someone to make a motion to deny the project, in which case the applicant would need to start searching for other options anyway. And alternative number 4, of course, is no action, which would result in the deemed approval. That's the full lay of the land, Madam Mayor.
So we already made a motion to approve the project with this, originally with the 3 poles, making them look better, and it didn't pass. So you want us to redo it again?
I don't want you to do anything other than what a person making a motion and a second proposes, but that's not beyond your authority to make that motion again. Staff's recommendation would still be in order after further discussions and consideration of options.
Karen? Councilmember Hardy?
I don't know if it'll be any different, but I'm willing to make the motion for staff's recommendation for the 3 poles with aesthetics.
And I'll second that
So
again.
that will pass, so that the neighbors get to have some aesthetic control, because there isn't any in the planning commission.
Good point. Second. Are you clear with what aesthetic means? Or do we have to specifically?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just does staff have an understanding of what is meant by enhanced aesthetics? And does the applicant have the
the boxes around
and color change.
and color changes of the poles?
May I just suggest, Madam Mayor, Alexander Abbey, Assistant City Attorney. What we commonly do at the Planning Commission is, when there's a request like this, we will say ask the applicant to work with the director to come up with an aesthetic design satisfactory to the director, something to that effect, essentially deferring the decision on what's acceptable aesthetics to the director. So
that's more than acceptable to me,
Same.
if Nora got that.
All right, Nora, when you're ready.
Okay.
Please register your vote. And it passes 4-1. 4-1. 4-5. Who didn't vote?
I was about to vote and it disappeared. But my answer is no.
So 4-2. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. It's a tough decision. Thank you. All right. Next, we are going to move on to item number 6, staff presentation on updates to the county weed abatement program and related actions to implement the program, including adoption of a resolution declaring weeds a public nuisance and setting March 25th, 2025 for a public hearing to receive public input regarding non-compliant parcels. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public. Tonight's presentation is about the weed abatement program. You have two presenters, Jen Planko, our acting deputy fire chief, and Garrick Savelski from the county's weed abatement program. He is their program director. Tonight, there are really two things before you. One is a report on improvements and questions that you asked with regard to the weed abatement program last year. Staff has done a lot of work working with the county and various city departments to address your questions and frankly make improvements in the program that we hope you will find satisfactory. And the second item that is before you tonight is to recommend the adoption of a resolution declaring nudes a public nuisance and set a hearing date for your March 25th meeting. So with that, we're first going to turn to the county for their presentation.
Thank you.
I think we're turning to Jen first.
I'll just.
You're not the county, but okay. Yay.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, council members, city manager, and city staff. I'm Jen Panko, as the city manager said, from the fire department. And we have actually the county program manager, Garrick Savelski, is on Zoom. So I'm hoping that he can connect that way. I don't know.
Yeah, he's on. Okay. He's on.
So I will just advance the slides for him, and then he can talk through them.
All right.
As long as he can.
Welcome, Garrick. Can you hear?
Hi.
Yeah, there we go.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please. Yes, we can.
All right, great. Yeah, hi. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for having me. My name is Garrick Ioselewski. I'm the manager for the weed abatement program for the County of Santa Clara in the Consumer and Environmental Protection Agency. Next slide. So today, or this evening, I'm going to be giving you just a brief overview of what I'm going to talk about here is a quick overview of our program, our minimum fire safety standards that we enforce, our process for public hearings, inspections, weed abatement, and lastly, I'll cover our fees for our program. Next slide. So first, we'll start with the weed abatement program overview. So our process is pretty cyclic, and this sort of lays out the steps from start to finish of how a property gets onto our list and then gets removed from our list. I won't go too much into this here because most of this is covered in the meat and potatoes of the slides here. But initially, when a property gets onto our list, it's because they either we receive a service request from a member of the public or an inspector in the field sees a parcel that is problematic. We then go and investigate it, and if we see that there's a violation, then we include it into our program. Then we have a process for providing notice, a public hearing, inspections, opportunity for the parcel to correct voluntarily. Then if they do not come into compliance voluntarily, we will abate the parcel for them. And then we assess fees, and then we have another public hearing to potentially have those fees removed from the program if it's appropriate. And then I'll cover at the end how a property gets removed from our program. Next slide. So our main goal here is just to prevent the spread of wildfires through compliance and enforcement. Our main goal is voluntary compliance, and this is, to protect the community as we've seen the devastating fires in Los Angeles earlier this year. This is very important work for us to focus on. So what we really do is we inspect properties for compliance with minimum fire safety standards. We provide property owners an opportunity to come into compliance voluntarily. And then if they don't come into compliance voluntarily, then we will work with a contractor who will bring the property into compliance. And then we have fees associated with our program to recover those costs. Next slide. So a little bit about our minimum fire safety standards. Next slide. So the main issues that we do look for during our inspections are hazardous vegetation that exceeds 6 inches in height. Hazardous vegetation is grass, weeds, brush, really any type of vegetation that can become dried out and flammable. We don't really focus too much on ornamental or decorative vegetation, but we mainly look at grasses and weeds that are not being maintained. So they must be maintained to 6 inches or lower throughout the fire season, and we do have different standards for different sizes of properties. For example, a property that's 1 acre or less must be completely abated, while larger properties mainly have to have a perimeter fire break around their property with also fire break around their structures as well. Next slide. So we also look for any combustible debris such as trash, wood, and dead vegetation that's being accumulated on the property. We also look at vegetation such as trees that can either be growing up under the eaves of houses, getting too close to a chimney, or getting too close to the ground. Then we also do look for combustible vegetation that gets accumulated on rooftops and in gutters as well. Next slide. And so a little bit about our process for public hearings. So each jurisdiction, we give residents 2 opportunities in each jurisdiction to challenge their standing with our program. Firstly, each jurisdiction passes a resolution and schedules these public hearings. So tonight is the night when the City Council will be passing or adopting the resolution declaring weeds a public nuisance. Then after that, we'll start the process with a public hearing. So our staff, primarily myself or one of my inspectors, will represent the county during the hearings and answer questions or respond to owners. And then at the end of the hearings, the City Council will ultimately make the decision based on what they feel is appropriate. Next slide. So the first opportunity to be heard will happen in 1 month from today for Santa Clara. This is the commencement hearing, and it's the opportunity for property owners to come and contest their property being in the program. So for example, if a property owner received a notice from us and they do not wish to be in the program, or they feel that they've sufficiently abated their property, they can come and contest that to the City Council, and then the City Council can determine if it's appropriate to remove them from the program. This would not be the opportunity to challenge any fees that have been applied. Next slide. The second opportunity will come in July or August, and that is when property owners have the opportunity to come and contest any fees that have been applied to their property as a result of our inspections or abatement work. Next slide. So a little bit about how our inspections work. Each city has their own deadline where we have, it's called a compliance deadline. That's when property owners must bring their property into compliance. In the city of Santa Clara, we've changed that date to April 15th this year. And so that's the earliest that our inspection staff will come out to look at properties in the city of Santa Clara. And our inspection season goes until October 31st, unless the fire season is extended past that date. All of our inspections are done mainly from a public right-of-way or from a public place, any place where there's no reasonable expectation of privacy for the property owner. We only take photos from the roadway or from a public area. We don't enter private property without the consent for our inspections. Next slide. So to be removed from the program, there are 3 ways. The first way is that a property demonstrates 3 consecutive years of voluntary compliance. That means during our initial inspection that year, they were observed to be in compliance. If they do that 3 years in a row, we automatically take them off the list. Another way is if they sufficiently landscape their property or place a structure on their property that would appropriately prevent those fire hazards from regrowing on the property. If we observe that in the field, then we'll remove that property from the list and not charge them any fees that year. And then the third way that they can get removed from the program is if the City Council approves them to be removed during one of those public hearings that I mentioned. Next slide. So the process that we go through for abating the weeds. If a property fails their initial inspection, what we do is we send out a 15-day notice saying, you are out of compliance on this date. You have 15 days to bring your property into compliance. Otherwise, our contractor will bring the property into compliance for you. Now, that's what we do for properties that don't have any structures or homes on them, vacant lots essentially, because we don't need consent to enter those properties to abate the weeds. However, if the property does have a home, then we do have to request consent for the property from the property owner to allow our contractor on site to abate the violation for them if it's not done by the property owner. Next slide. So we now have a new process where we would obtain a warrant from a judge if consent was not given by the property owner. So for example, we would send out a 15-day notice, ask them for consent. If consent is given, then our contractor will go out and abate the violation if it still exists after 15 days. However, if they do not give us consent or they do not respond to our request for consent, then we will have a secondary inspection to ensure that it does still need to be abated. And if it does in fact still need to be abated, then we will go and seek a warrant from a judge. And then once the warrant is issued, then we'll go and abate the property with a contractor. Next slide. So when our contractor does go out to a property, they are required to take before and after photos of the property to, one, to prove that the work is still needed when they get there, and also to prove that the work was performed by the contractor during that date. Next slide. So now we'll go into our program fees. So we are a 100% cost recovery based program. We do not get any funding from the general fund from the county. We get no funding from any of the cities that we serve. All of our funds to fund our staff, our equipment, our vehicles, gas, overhead, everything for our staff is all covered through the fees that we collect from the inspections that we do and from the abatement work that we do. So that's why these fees seem a little bit high. I understand that, you know, I've learned that these are pretty high fees, and it's something I'd like to work on lowering. However, this is just what they have to be for us to be able to exist. So our inspection fee is $105. Our work order processing fee, when we find a property that's in violation and we have to process a work order for our contractor, that's $597. Once the contractor actually does the work and then we have to review their invoices and process the paperwork, then that's an administrative fee of $961. Then on top of that, there's also the contractor's costs that the property owner has to pay for how much it actually costs the contractor to abate the violation. And if we do have to go out and seek a warrant, then that's $1,323. These fees do fluctuate year to year. These are 2025 fees. Our fees are based on the number of properties in our program and also our total overall program cost. There's a calculation that goes into figuring out these costs every year, so they do change year to year. Next slide. And so again, the fees may be contested by property owners during the summer public hearing. All of the fees are added as a special assessment onto the property tax bill. And if they are approved by the city council during that public hearing, then they will go onto that public property tax bill. If they if the public hearing contestments are upheld by the city council, then they will not be applied to the property tax bill. Next slide. And that's it. This is my contact information. Again, I'm Garrick Ioselewski. I'm the weed abatement manager for the county of Santa Clara, and I'm happy to stay on and answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Garrick. We appreciate all the comments and taking us through the process. Is there any member of the council that has questions? I'm trying to get to, okay. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I'm glad that we made the time change because it coincides now with our cleanup, and I think that makes so much more sense. And I appreciated, because I had the question about the cost recovery, what I'm trying to understand from a position of a resident, if they, when they are told that there is a weed abatement problem, how do they know how to challenge? Because obviously no one's here tonight. Are they given some of that contact information and given the option of a phone number and an email and different ways to do that? Because I know older people who are more challenged with technology. And I want to understand if someone is on the list and it takes them 3 years to get off of the list if they did not comply. So do they have to pay for each one of those inspections?
Okay, so two questions there. So the first question was about the noticing for the public hearing, right? So the reason that there's nobody there tonight is because tonight is not the public hearing. The public hearing will happen on March 25th. And so I will be there in person during that public hearing as well. But we do provide notice to the residents. So after tonight, if the resolution is adopted, then tomorrow, actually, because we already have prepped the mail, tomorrow we'll send out all the mailing to all of the residents who are on the list. They will receive information about when the public hearing will take place and how to appear at the public hearing. They also will be provided with our phone number, our email address, our physical address of where our office is located, and a lot more information about our program as well. That's all going to be in a packet that you're going to receive as well for your review for the before the public hearing as well. And then as to your second question about do they have to pay for each inspection? Yes, they do. So for each year that they are in the program, they do have to pay a bare minimum of the inspection fee when our inspector does go out to the property. If the property is found to be in compliance during each of those 3 inspections, then the inspection fee is all that they would pay. If they are found to be out of compliance during any of those inspections, then that's when those additional fees get added in.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have a question following up on those 3 inspections. Can the resident send a picture, date-stamped pictures that, hey, the property is in good shape and right now, so that he or she can avoid the $100 fees for that matter? And second option, I think the county and the city all has the access to the satellite pictures. Can we make it more efficient so that they don't have to pay for 3 years the inspection fees on that?
So to answer your question about them sending us a photograph showing that their property is in compliance, while that would be appreciated and accepted, that's not our standard practice. We have been doing this since the 1970s, and we've always gone out with our own inspection staff to verify with our own eyes that properties are in compliance. Another thing to note is that we don't expect that just because a property is, sorry, I should say, our standard is not that a property can just be in compliance at one point in time during the fire season and then they're okay. We expect that they maintain their property throughout the entire fire season. So as you know, grasses and weeds and brush can grow back fairly quickly. And we like to ensure that these things are being maintained throughout the fire season. So that's not how we operate by receiving their photographs as evidence that they're in compliance. And then the second question about the satellite photos, same answer pretty much applies to that, because the satellite photos are not always completely up to date. And again, the vegetation does regrow, so we need to make sure that it's being maintained throughout the fire season. We have seen during times that somebody will be in compliance for 2 years in a row, and then the next year they have 4-foot tall weeds. So we just need to make sure that they're continuing to maintain it over time.
So does that mean you make your inspectors make multiple rounds to the property during that period?
Sometimes they do, because if an inspector goes out to a property and it appears that the property is being maintained, but looks like maybe it's not completely maintained, but it looks like they have started the work and they haven't finished, we do what's called a check second, which means that it doesn't pass and it doesn't fail, but it means that we're planning to revisit the property later on during the fire season, just to ensure that what we're seeing is that they are actually continuing to maintain the property.
Okay. So my second question is, I'm looking at the fire map, like 280 fires happened throughout the city, and majority of them happened along the roadways, basically, whether it's a county highway or something. So who takes care of these county highways where we have weed abatement? Like, who does that? Who takes care of the weed abatement on those roadways?
So the public entity who owns that roadway is responsible for maintaining what's in their roadway. We only look at private properties throughout the county. We don't look at any public properties. If it's owned by the city, then it's a city's responsibility. If it's owned by the county, it's a county's responsibility. If it's Caltrans, then it's a state's responsibility.
Oh, okay. So the reason I asked that question, because main goal of this whole process is to eliminate the fires. And if the majority of the fires are happening on the these roadways, and we know your weed abatement program is not responsible, that it defeats the purpose, according to me, basically. So it defeats the purpose. And my other question is, I'm not sure whether we can put the questions which were as per the comparison we had with the different cities, or wait for further presentation, or I can ask those questions or wait for those.
Yeah, maybe we could wait on those topics.
Okay, I'll wait for my further questions on those.
Vice Mayor Cox?
I suppose I should ask if this is the appropriate time to talk about the potential changes as well. Do you want to get to that later, or?
I would recommend that I do the next
Sure,
PowerPoint,
great.
so we just talk about the changes, and then we can
Okay,
answer
let's,
those questions.
okay, thank you. Go ahead, Jen.
Okay. Okay, so here's just a brief agenda of, this will be hopefully a pretty short presentation here. Brief history of the program with the county, a little brief overview of the City Council's questions from last year, city program improvements for 2025, and then some avenues for assistance that are available for property owners, and then the recommended action at the end. So as a quick summary, the program, as the program managers mentioned, has been in existence for over 50 years, the contract that the city has had with the county for this. Through systematic vegetation and debris management, the program reduces fire hazards, promotes healthier environment, enhances the overall visual appeal of neighborhoods and business districts, and contributes to a higher quality of life for residents and businesses. The weed abatement program is a critical initiative to enhance community safety, business environments, and neighborhood aesthetics. And the city's code enforcement division responds to complaints for overgrown vegetation. Code enforcement inspectors visit the properties, and if determined not to be compliant, property owners are given a warning notice. And upon reinspection, if properties are still non-compliant, the owner is cited and referred to the county weed abatement program. So we've been working as a city in collaboration with the county weed abatement program for many years. Following some concerns raised during the February 20th, 2024 City Council meeting, the fire department engaged with the Santa Clara County Consumer Environmental Protection Agency, who manages the county weed abatement program, to evaluate ways to improve the weed abatement program within our city. The fire department had several meetings over the past year to collaborate on what programmatic changes could be made to address residents' concerns and achieve the City Council's pillars to deliver and enhance high-quality, efficient service. So some themes from the questions that were brought up in the meeting last year is, what are the county's fees and schedule? I think the program manager went over what the fees are. There is some information contained in your packet that kind of gives a timeline of the schedule and also the fees. If there's further questions for that, we're happy to answer them. What is the notification and appeal process, and is there a warning period? There is a built-in warning period. The properties that were investigated last year in 2024 are not added to the commencement list formally until the public hearing, which will happen March 25th if approved tonight. So there is about a 7 to 10 month period, a warning period, that is available for property owners. Can we change the inspection start date? We already answered that the county did agree to change the start date to April 15th to better align with our city program. How many vegetation fires do we have in the city each year? We did have in the last 5 years, there were 230 vegetation fires. There are currently 262 weed abatement properties located on the commencement list, the proposed list. And there were actually 2 properties that there were vegetation fires in the last 5 years. So only 2 of those properties were there actually fires. What cities are not in the county program, and how do they manage weeds? So there is also in your packet a survey that was conducted of the 3 cities that are not in the county program, which is Mountain View, Sunnyvale, and Saratoga. And they manage weeds, and similar to the way our city does, with complaints that may be filed through the code enforcement, and then investigators go out and look at their properties through their city program. So improvements that have been made for this year's 2025 weed abatement program within our city. The new inspection start date of April 15th. We've increased lines of communication. So the city website, the fire page on the city website has more information about how to reach out to the fire department specifically, as well as the county, for any questions. We have social media advertising going out to Santa Clara population in order for them to be aware of when the weed inspections will begin. We also developed the Santa Clara Weeds email that the fire department maintains to receive comments and concerns from the property owners. A letter from the fire department was sent to all properties in Santa Clara that were added to this list this year. So there were 58, I believe, new properties that were added with contact information for how to answer some of these questions and concerns, and and notification about that there will be a public hearing coming. And we increased the warning period by this addition of city inspections of new properties on the list between the end of the inspection period for the season and then before the public hearing. So currently, our code enforcement staff is conducting an additional inspection of those 58 new properties to see where they are before the public hearing. Once that's completed, a report will be provided to the council before the public hearing with recommendations for a property's continuation or removal from the list. Some avenues for assistance. Property owners may reach out directly to the county through email or phone on the website. They also can reach out to our fire department administration division by phone or email. Overgrown vegetation complaints may be filed directly with the county program or with the city of Santa Clara through My Santa Clara. And then we do have a senior assist program in our city, which is a volunteer program that the Santa Clara Firefighters Foundation manages, where elderly members of the community can be helped by these volunteers if they qualify by having a need for the assistance with a financial or physical lack of ability to handle it themselves. So we have helped many residents in our city with this program in the past. Recommended action for tonight is just to note and file the informational update regarding the county weed abatement program and the changes that the fire department and code enforcement have made to the program. Determine the proposed actions are exempt from CEQA. Adopt a resolution declaring weeds to be a public nuisance and setting a hearing date for the city council to consider public input regarding the proposed destruction and removal of weeds for properties on the 2025 commencement list. And then set March 25th, 2025 as the date for the required public hearing. So that is the end of my presentation, and then we're available for any.
All right, any questions for Jen? Karen, Councilmember Hardy.
Real quick, so mostly I wanted to understand that we have the list of who's on here and has been, and the list of who's new. These property owners have been apprised of this already, if I'm understanding correctly, and they knew that we were going to just hear this tonight, but that we will have our full situation on March 25th. Because I'm just surprised. Normally, we've had somebody here already. Maybe just us giving more time and more information has helped.
Yes, I don't know if I can answer this.
No, let's wait till we get all the questions. Vice Mayor Cox.
So perhaps this is directed to the staff more. In the text that we got about that, looking at the potential change for the city manager to be delegated some authority in this to help streamline the process with communication with the people on that list, which I understand was the big issue in the last few years, was feeling like they needed enough time, more representation, opportunity for notification. Right now, this is a kill and eat model. You are charging fees in accordance to what we're making. So I think my question would be to the city manager potentially, if you did want to take this on with staff time, would we be able to identify the potential cost to the general fund, to our budget, when it comes to, and maybe this would be a question for Garrick, I don't suppose they have data on how much each city in terms of time required, but with 88 houses last year, maybe they could give an estimate of how much manpower that really it took for our consideration about giving staff support time to this.
All right, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jen, for presenting this. My few questions. In the package, we have notice to add city contact info for the residents. And it mentions that it will happen in 2026. Why not in 2025? Why is a lag of 1 year, like just to implement, put a city contact name on that? Why they're saying that it will take 1 year? That's my first question. My second question is, Mountain View and Sunnyvale, they both approached weed abatement program, and it was mentioned that they do not have enough number of properties to get on the program. So what makes Santa Clara to have that many, like 260 plus 58 more or something like that, whereas Sunnyvale, it is equal size of the Santa Clara, geographically a little bit even bigger, more number of households basically. Why, how they are doing a better job, why our residents or our program is not doing what it is? Is it because the program is funded by these notices and these program, and weed abatement program is funded by that? Does that create more number of weed abatement properties? I just want to find out a reason for that. For Sunnyvale and Mountain View both, the contractor they hire is Tucker Construction. How much would that cost us right now, comparing what the weed abatement program we are paying in county weed abatement program? How is that compared to? Because over here we have a $597 just to work order processing of. If they have to hire a contractor, the $597 just to process that order for somebody, that seems to be not, like, I know they're taking out all the fees and they want to run this program, but I'm not satisfied with the fees they're trying to charge versus what Mountain View and Sunnyvale are doing.
Thank you. Albert, I'm sorry. Councilmember Gonzalez, you had a question?
Thank you. Yeah, as far as, I know that usually, I remember the numbers were somewhere in the 50% plus of folks who are tenants and not owners of the properties. Do the tenants or the owners get the notification? I'm just wondering if somehow the owners are aware of this, otherwise they might be put on the list and might be really have notification once they have to pay the property tax bill sometime in the future. But just wondering if somehow the owners are notified or just the tenants.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Is there anyone else on the council that has a question? All right. Then I will respectfully ask staff if they're ready to answer those.
Okay, yeah, I think so. I don't know if Councilmember Shahal's question was answered by the county program manager about whether a resident could send the picture. I think it was. We are actually doing that now with code enforcement, is actually checking these properties now to kind of see where they're at in the last month or so. The other question about inspectors making multiple rounds. Oh, I'm sorry, that was Garrick's answer. I think the next question was about the fires along the roadway and who maintains them. I don't know if Garrick sufficiently answered that question for you.
Defeats the whole purpose of the weed abatement program, because those where we have multiple maximum number of fires, that program is not being managed by anybody, sort of. So it defeats the whole purpose of controlling the fires. So I wish where maximum probability of fires happening, that should be controlled, that should be managed much better than where single residences where barely any fires have occurred over there. So that disparity is not, I cannot digest that disparity, basically.
Okay. Councilmember Hardy asked when is, in terms of the next month will be the public hearing. So that's when we would expect any property owners to come to. We're hoping to minimize that by helping them, notifying them earlier so that we can maybe look at their properties and see if it's needed for them to come to the public hearing. Were all the property owners notified? The fire department sent letters just to the new property owners on the list. And I can let the county program manager maybe answer about all of the properties that were on the list, if you would be able to do that. Eric?
Sure, yeah. So all of the properties who are on the list will be notified after tonight's meeting by mail. We'll be sending out our notices to them along with our packet of information about when the public hearing will take place.
And we did discuss with the county about potentially getting the list of everybody on the commencement list earlier in the year, like after the end of the inspection season, so that we could, as a city, notify them, at least the properties in Santa Clara, a little bit earlier than just right before the public hearing. Councilmember Cox, the whether, I think that might have been one question for the city manager in terms of delegating the authority.
Yes, we would delegate the authority to the fire department. It would be done with existing staff resources, so don't anticipate a budget allocation to it. But I think your question is a good one, which is how much staff time would it take to take on the added noticing role? And we'll get back to you on that.
Thank you. I think this next question that was from Councilmember Shahal about a lag for the city contact on the letters. I think that was as an answer for the county. We did request if we could add the contact information on the letters this year, but I think it was just too late in terms of their production. But I'll let the county program manager answer that one.
Yeah, so we did discuss that initially when I first met with Chief Penko, that we would potentially add in a letter from the city into our packet of information that we'll be sending out to the residents. It sounded like the more preferred method would be to include the contact information in our actual notice. So at that point, just to let everybody know, I'm actually very new in this position. I've only been here for about 2 months working in this role. And so at that point, I wasn't sure if that was something that we could legally do because our notices are very strictly written based on California health and safety codes. So I had to research that. By the time that I was done researching that and circled back with Chief Penko, it was determined that that we could do that, but our letters had already been printed up by then, and then we didn't want to reprint them all, so we said that we weren't going to do that this year, but we're happy to include that in there for next year's mailing.
Okay, and then I'm going to have Fire Marshal Tomlin just answer this next question, which was about the why there were so many more properties in the Santa Clara commencement list than there are like in the other cities that we surveyed.
Thank you for the question. So as our survey showed, neither of the 3 cities have a dedicated weed abatement program. They have a code enforcement program that kind of handles weed abatement, and they do not have the staff to do as detailed a job as the county does for us and other partners throughout the county that use their services. And again, I think as you mentioned, Sunnyvale and Mountain View have voiced interest in getting back into the county program to offset some of the general fund costs that obviously cities have to absorb when they do that. But they don't have enough properties in the program because they were taking too many properties out when they were part of the county program previously.
I would also like to add that we are in active discussions with Saratoga to add them back into the program right now.
So my crux of the question would be how they have a very less number of weed abatement properties versus us, we have more. That's my question, basically.
I think
how are they managing that?
Yeah.
Can you explain
if I can take
again?
That.
Yeah.
What they don't have is, at this point, a robust weed abatement program. So not sure that we can actually trust the stats that they don't have programs that have significant weeds. I will say that Santa Clara County is pretty unique that the county offers this service for all of the cities. In many counties, this is not. In San Mateo County, I know that that's not the case, and so cities have to run an individual program. So staff does believe that this program, because it is, nearly all the cities in the county, is a beneficial program. It certainly takes a workload off of the staff, as well as it's not something that we have to administer fully.
But it's the county weed abatement team which is saying they don't have enough properties, not the city. The county has said you don't have enough properties, so it's not coming from the city, actually.
Right, and as the staff said, that was partially because when they were in the program, they would take properties off of the abatement list, and so there just wasn't the critical mass in those cities to stay on the program to cover the costs.
Okay, so you mean to city, just like city council take action, so they were taking many properties off the abatement list, right? That's the reason?
That is our understanding.
Okay, thanks.
Another question from Councilmember Strahal was about the construction charges. I don't have information about what the fees are for the Tucker construction, but I don't know if the county program manager can, I know, Garrick, you were figuring out what the contractor fees were going to be for this year. Have those been decided yet?
Yeah, well, we're still finalizing our contracts. We've concluded our RFP, and we're working on finalizing 2 contracts right now with a primary and a secondary vendor. I don't have the price lists in front of me at this moment, but I'm happy to share that information once it becomes finalized in our contract.
Okay, and then the final question I have is from Councilmember Gonzalez. Who gets notified, the owners or the tenants? It's the property owners that the notice is mailed to, the record on file for the property owner.
Is that it, Jen? Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to go to the public. Do we have any public members that would like to speak about this here in the audience? Or do we have anyone online, Nora?
We do not, but we have a card from Brian Darby.
Okay, that was good. All right, so now it's back to the action that they're asking us for this evening to note and file the report and those other 3 items, and to set March 25th as the date required for the public hearing. Is there a motion? Motion by Councilmember Jane.
Second.
And second by Vice Mayor Cox for staff recommendation, those 4 items. I had a speaker, I don't know who it was. The voting came up. Why don't you go ahead, Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you. So I have a question. It was mentioned that the fire department will use My Santa Clara app for getting awareness among the residents. So let's say if I send a notification from My Santa Clara app that, hey, XYZ property has weeds. So what would be the process? Like fire department will contact the property, or fire department will report to the weed abatement, county weed abatement?
I'm going to ask my counterpart over here, Leslie Xavier from the planning department, to answer that, because they manage all the notifications that come in through My Santa Clara.
Okay.
Thanks for the question, Council Member. So I oversee our code enforcement team in the planning division, and my team will go out and assess the property. They'll contact the property owner and issue them, if it is a violation, a notice of violation. They give them 30 days to correct the issue. They'll go back out after that 30 days and inspect the property. The property owner has taken care of the weeds. That's the end of it. They're done. Nothing else happens. If they haven't corrected it, oftentimes we give them a second chance to correct the problem. If it becomes a third time, we will issue them a correction notice. That does come with a fine. If it becomes a problem even further after that, we refer them to the county program. And so that's how they get on the list from a planning staff perspective.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we do get a number that way.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So basically, it replicates the Mountain View Sunnyvale type of program they're running right now, if I understand right. Okay, thanks.
Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much for that, and thank you all for staying so late and for the presentations. But you're welcome, we're not done yet, so you can, welcome to stay. Reports of members, special committees, and council member 030 requests. Seeing none. City Manager, Executive Director report. We have City Council priority setting summary report for 2024 priorities. City Manager?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Attached to your agenda is a 79-page report that provides an update of 43 priority areas of focus. Don't worry, will not go through all 79 pages.
Oh, why not?
But
Let's go.
We do have a PowerPoint, one for each. I'm joking, Mayor. No, this report.
Vice Mayor Cox was going to take over, so if that were the case.
No, this report was put on the agenda so that it is available to the public. You received it approximately 2 weeks ago via email. As the council knows, you do have a priority setting process on April 3rd. That is a public meeting, and so at that time, we will provide an overview, high-level overview, and then have your annual priority setting workshop. So with that, no further report.
All right, thank you. We don't need to do anything with that, right? Do we have to note and file? No, okay. All right, which leads us to our adjournment. And I have two individuals that I'm going to ask the council we adjourn in memory of. The first is Sheila Ivers. Sheila Ivers, a resident of San Jose, passed away on February 5th, 2025, at the age of 77. Sheila was the first of her family to go to college, graduating from San Jose State University in 1970, a member of the St. Martin of Tours Parish for 45 years, dedicating community service to the church, the Girl Scouts of Santa Clara, and was part of the team that helped build the Guadalupe River Park in San Jose. Sheila worked for the city of Santa Clara for over 17 years in the departments of Parks and Recreation, Water and Sewer Utilities, and Human Resources as a personnel clerk to a typist clerk 3. Sheila retired in 2016. She is survived by her husband, Barry, her children, Samantha Kimmel, Danny Ivers Risley, and Barry Ivers Jr., and grandchildren, Xander, Trey, DJ, Jackson, and Jaden. Also, I'm going to ask that we adjourn in the memory of Roel Pfeiffer. Roel Pfeiffer passed away on February 6, 2025, at the age of 74. Roel lived near Morgan Hill for over 30 years and lived part-time in Maui for the last 12 years. He dedicated work to charities including Habitat for Humanity, Feed My Sheep to Feed the Homeless, and provided the ministry of music at Holy Family Church in San Jose and also at St. Teresa in Maui. Roel worked for the city of Santa Clara excuse me, for 22 years as an assistant city attorney, as counsel for Silicon Valley Power, and retired in 2006. Can you read this, Karen? I'm going to choke. Excuse me.
Roel is survived by his wife, Joan, his 5 siblings, and their spouses, brothers Ivan and Lyle, sisters Janine, Joni, and Marie, and his 21 nieces and nephews, and 27 grandnieces and grandnephews.
Could we adjourn, please, in their memories?
So moved.
Second.
Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Get home safely.